All right, so folks, I've got 8:30, so at 8:30, I call this meeting of the Saginaw City Council to order. It's budget day. Welcome. Thanks, folks, coming out on a Saturday. Appreciate it, y'all. So agenda is very, very general. We just called to order. Audience participation, there's anything you want to speak on about the budget, please come on up. The only thing I ask is that everybody speak into the microphone because we are recording. Council as well, make sure your microphone's on when you're talking. 2A is workshop for the proposed 2026-27 budget. That's really our big thing. We'll walk through it. A couple of housekeeping items first. I plan to take a break at about 10, 50-minute bio break, and then again every 90 minutes, roughly. We have breakfast in there. If somebody's hungry, go get a snack. We are not bringing lunch, and that's on purpose. We hope to be done by lunchtime or there shortly thereafter. So we are not providing lunch for anybody today. That's the big things I had on my list. Vicki, any other housekeeping items that I missed? No. That's it? We're good? Okay. Having a little internet issue today. There won't be anything on our screens, anything on the screens, but we are still recording. So speaking to the mic, folks can still this. I think we're not recording live. We'll upload it later. So that's how it works right now. So it will be as transparent as possible. We just can't record as we go. Other than that, I think we're ready to kick it off. So Gabe, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, you have your proposed budget. We have this posted online, so really kind of summary version. We're keeping service levels the same this year. Now, it's difficult because that doesn't mean the costs are the same. As you've probably seen, a lot of costs have gone up that we can't really do a thing about. Utilities, service contracts, some of the bigger things. Our partnership with Fort Worth Ambulance Service is going up, although that's been a tremendous benefit. Reimbursement from the ESD has declined, so a lot of things, have sort of come together that end up we're paying more. We'll go through tab by tab or proceed however you'd prefer. Really, the only kind of program additions are not in the general fund. One is a position for an environmental specialist. The position, if approved, would pretty much fund itself to focus on reduction of fat, oils, and grease in our wastewater system, specific to restaurants and operators. The other position would be a utility billing port specialist position up front, funded by the utility fund. So that we can dig into it tab by tab. That's kind of what we've done in the past, or however you'd like.
I would like, excuse me, Kim to do a quick brief on some logistics as where we are for the demeritus, the schedule, and also talk about, excuse me, where are we with tab numbers as well. If you could do a little preamble for that, Kim, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir. As you know, the numbers are still preliminary. We'll receive the final certified values, and those are the numbers that I'll use to do the actual required tax rate calculation. So these are all just based on the June estimates. In the past, the difference between June and our certified values in July, I would say 11 out of the 12, well, I guess I've been here almost, this is my 13th budget, so I think there's only 1 year that didn't hold. This is a year that I'm not as confident that I would normally be because TAD is changing their ERP system, and so I'm not as confident. The only thing I can guarantee you for sure is these numbers will change when you see the final proposed budget. The tax rate in particular will change, as will some of the revenue numbers. And that's always the case at this early time. There's no way to know exactly what it will be. It's just a little less uncertain this year. The other thing that I was mentioning to a couple of y'all is that we have typically used, and you'll see on page 11 of the budget workbook, where I have the budget highlights, the tax rate impact for an average taxpayer. I put that there just because that's what we're used to seeing, and we're used to seeing the average. However, I do not think that this is accurate. I didn't want to change it without talking with y'all first, just so we can be very upfront and transparent. In the past, we've always used average, and the average that I got from TAD I know is incorrect, and they've been working on it all summer, but it still doesn't make sense. The average home value could not have increased like that. as much as it's saying that it does. But the, what I'm proposing to use instead is the median home value, and that's required, starting last year, we have to have a taxpayer impact statement. That was required by House Bill 1522. And so on our website, we have that where we use the median. So what I'm proposing, and the median makes more sense.
Will you quickly explain, folks, mean and median, the differences, please?
The average is the total value of residential divided by the number of residential, whereas the median is the value that's in the middle. So anyway, what I'm proposing to do is to change, to use the median here as well as in the taxpayer impact statement. That makes more sense. Based on these preliminary proposed numbers, the median value, if we went with the currently calculated de minimis tax rate, would be $106,062 a year for the median home value. And the senior value, the accounts that have a senior exemption, it would be an increase of $48.74. The median in 2025 value was $278,006. The median in 2026, the year we're talking about, is $268,766, so it went down slightly. That makes a little bit more sense when we look at the overall estimated certified values, because right now, I say right now, the June estimates, we're about even where we were last year, even though we have a large amount of added value.
Okay. Any questions for Kim on that? And quickly, we're doing the de minimis. Will you explain the de minimis system and the logistics for that as well?
Sure. The de minimis tax rate is an option based on our population. We are able, that's an option for us. It is the rate that will generate $500,000 more than last year, and that's on the same properties. So you'll see that the revenue's actually more than $500,000 because you can also calculate the increase based on the added value.
Great, thank you, Kim. Any questions for Kim on that? Just those the top level things. All right, well then let's jump into it. Let's get into it. Any questions on the, I'm looking on page 11 as she was. Any questions on the summary for folks quick before we go into tab by tab? The summary is a great place to start, just to get you, wrap your hands around the big picture things. Any questions on those? Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
I was just curious, Kim, on page 13, the cost of Tarrant Appraisal District services is budgeted to increase by $5,450. I just don't understand what that item is. I never had noticed that before, so could you explain that?
So the services that Tarrant Appraisal District provides, all of the taxing entities in the county pay a portion, and it's equally distributed based on our share of the total value of Tarrant County. And so that's what it's based on. They take their expenses and then they, when they do their proposed budget, distribute it, and that's what our share is this year.
And as I look on that page, it reminded something I wanted to highlight as well. This does not include a step raise for employees this year. This is the first year in several years we have not done that. We're increasing the TRMS contribution instead, going from 7 to 8, which is an option now. So no step increase for employees. And actually, if you recall, employees were voted on this. So this is what the employees chose. And I'm glad we gave them the option, let them pick what they wanted. Long-term, I mean, the TMRS's long-term is absolutely fantastic for them and their financial futures. It's just a short-term difference. So keep that in mind, and city folks as well. I want y'all to understand what that means. Any other questions on the summary and just big picture stuff before we dive into tab by tab, folks?
Yeah,
Go ahead, Nikki.
just so that we got it, and I asked Kim here a minute ago about it, it's on page 4. I know you said it's going to tab, but y'all jumped to page 11 on me. is I always like to start with the big number and work down, and we're talking about a lot of individual numbers, which all roll up into one big number. So, Kim, can you tell us, just for the record, what our proposed budget is for 2027?
The proposed expenditures across all funds is $68,653,300.
300. So that after we get, that's what all of this means, that right there. So I just start there and work
Oh,
our way down.
thank you.
Yeah, good.
Any other summary questions before we dive into a tab?
Numbers, on page 17, it's under the summary for Drainage Utility Fund. It's got low water crossing at Willow Creek Park for $250,000. We had the meeting Tuesday night, we discussed, I believe, was it 9 or 11 water crossings? Is this $250,000 for one water crossing, or is it for all of them? For all of them. Okay.
How many of them are they?
Randy, I thought we were doing one to start off with.
Well, we are gonna do one, but that's $250,000 not for one.
Okay.
How many of them are they?
Or, I think there were 6 or 7 total.
So 41,000.66666666666 apiece.
I realized just now that y'all are sitting in the sun, so I didn't bring your shades. I didn't think about that. That's the one bad thing about doing on early mornings.
Charge them for the tanning services?
All right, other questions on the summary, big picture stuff before we jump in? I had a couple questions on the fees, but I'll wait till we get to those sections, especially the senior fees, so I will hold that. Yes, sir.
Just one. On page 16, under the CCPD, our sales tax revenue is, I think I remember it as about a 6% increase, but the sales tax revenue for the CCPD is estimated to remain the same. Why is the CCPD not going up in correlation with overall sales tax revenue?
We estimate the next year's budget based on our current year estimate, right? So we are up 6% overall. CCPD is a little bit different than the general fund and street maintenance for some reason. I don't know why that is, but if you look at the numbers, it's not always exactly the same. But we're estimating CCPD revenues to be the same as the current year, which is about 6 to 7% increase based on last year.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's the fiscal year to date,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you, Brad.
On page 11,
11?
yep, page 11. So, two things here, at the very bottom.
Will you make sure you're speaking in the mic, Nick?
Yeah, I thought it was, I got it on. So page 11, at the very bottom, it talks about a 4.9% increase of the annual, and then the next sentence down, I think what it does is, it's 4.9%, and then the justification of why it increased is the next sentence down, which says, issue of certificate of obligation to purchase the fire truck, land purchase for animal shelter, re-renovation of fire truck. So I defer to that is that the 4.9% increase is due to the debt of obligation that we did. Is that true, that whole 4.9?
So the total tax rate that's proposed is a little over 5 cents. 2.5 cents of that is debt, and 3.3 cents about that is operating. Now, I will mention that the debt requirements are actually more, but we've got a fund balance in the debt service fund, and what we've done in the past, we did it in this current year too, instead of having a huge jump in the debt rate, we use some of fund balance to gradually increase the debt rate for the taxpayers.
So,
I'm not,
On page 11, at the very bad, the last two bullets, the first one says, the average taxable single-family home value for 2025 was this, and then it has an increase, it says 4.9 increase there at the very end.
That's the
Okay.
median.
that's the average to average.
Average to average.
Yes, sir, which we just talked about, I think is incorrect.
Okay, gotcha. So just for my mind then, what's in this budget, what is the overall increase that is being recommended
106.
The,
in
in the
percent?
tax rate
Yes,
or the amount of property taxes. So the tax rate, based on these numbers, is gonna go up 5 cents. If we use the median, the dollar amount would be $106.62.
so it's 5%? I'm sorry, did you,
I guess I didn't calculate the percentage, but I can.
Yeah, so it's confusing. We don't think the mean value is accurate this year, so we're using the median. So that
and I'm fine with the
219
median,
number-
that's why
Yeah.
that's why, I'm confused, that's why I'm asking
I
what the
get it.
percent.
That
That way-
219 number is realistically
right.
half that.
Yeah, if
but-
I go with percent, no matter whether you use the medium or what, it's always the same percent.
So if you want to know the percentage based on the median,
And that's what we're recommended, medium, right? And I think, I absolutely 100% agree with you.
yes, sir, so that would equate to 7.2%.
Okay.
And
The ci-
we're also potentially, when we get the final numbers, we think this might be a little bit of a less of an impact, based on whatever the final numbers are.
That's true. These are preliminary numbers, and, you know, as I've described before in one of our work sessions, if values go up, the tax rate would go down. If the values go down, the tax rate goes up. Now, that's not to mean that the impact, the amount of taxes is gonna change, but the rate would change depending on the values.
Now, the following to my next question is, that 7.2% increase, is that totally due to the debt of obligation that's listed in the last sentence?
No, sir, it's debt and operating.
Okay. Can you tell me the division between that?
So based on the increase of 5.7 cents, 2.5 of that is due to debt, and about 3.3 is due to operating.
You say 3.3?
Yes, sir, let's see, I can give you the percentages. So 43% of the increase is due to debt.
Okay. 43% of that 7.2.
5.7. The 5.7 cent increase, 43% of it is due to debt.
Okay. So I got three numbers here. I got the overall increase is 7.2%. And then I got 2.5%, which was debt. And then I got the other 3.3 was operating.
The 7.2% is comparing the property taxes that will be owed on the median valued home from 1 year to the next. The actual tax rate increase of 5.7 cents is 43% of that is due to the debt portion of the tax rate, and 57% of that is due to the operating portion of the tax rate. And as I mentioned, the debt would be more had we not proposed to use fund balance to pay for part of the debt service increase.
Right. So if a citizen comes to me tomorrow and asks me how much, what percent, how much we're going to increase their taxes this year, in a percent number, what number do I give them?
7.2.
There you go, got it. Okay.
Again, a preliminarily.
That's right, I understand. Until we rack the gavel in a couple weeks or whenever it is, it's always preliminary, right?
Yes, sir.
Which
We get-
again,
We get the final numbers on, what, July 24th?
24th, they're promising to us. By law, they're supposed to do it by the 25th, but that's a Saturday. So Joe Don said that we should get them on the Friday before that.
Okay.
and again, this, just want to point out the 219 number, it's likely half that. When we're-
Yeah, that's okay.
106,
This is the best guess estimate we have
Correct.
as of now. I absolutely understand that.
So to get a, more specifically, for it to be like, we're visual, where we can see it, the numbers that you're using is for this little breakdown that's in the middle, that's kind of tabbed out with the debt rate and the M&O rate, is that the numbers that you're?
Those are the numbers that I said I'm not confident what
Right.
I was, but I guess in full disclosure, before I changed to use median versus average, I wanted to discuss it, so it wasn't like I'm trying to change the
No,
numbers to, yeah.
No, I understand that, I just, when you were saying 25 cents, I'm like, oh, 24.248797 is pretty close. And then, you know, the other 30 cents is, you know, the M&O rate's 33874, so just for visual, you know, for those numbers that Nick was looking at, I just wanted to point that out, that it's on here.
Yes, sir. And the rate piece of it won't change. It's that average tax number that would change by using the median versus the average.
Sure. Thank you.
I also had a couple questions on page 13. So the one I just put a thing is, I did read the email from Police Chief Ragsdale about the situation we have with the police department, not the fire department, on being able to get recruits in. And I got a line here that says, you know, what are we doing about ensuring integrity? And when I say integrity, keeping police and stuff in, both police and fire. So we have to, we're talking about the budget. Anything that we do is going to somehow relate back to money, probably. So to me, this is a conversation that I feel we need to have as to what can we do to keep, to give both our police and fire the necessary tools to keep our police and fire staffed the way it needs to be staffed. So I feel that's a conversation, maybe not here, but when we get to their tabs, we need to have, I just got it tagged here. Okay, so that's it. The
Yeah,
second,
Yeah, let's push that till we get to the police.
that's right, it's police and fire. I just wanted to bring it up now because
Yeah,
I've got it tabbed.
just don't forget to bring that up.
Yeah, right. The next thing is down here, it says network email security cost is increased by 32 plus K, 32,340. If this is a we had our contract company come in and give an overview. I will be honest with you, it was awful. I'm a straightforward guy. This is there's things that is in my wheelhouse and things that ain't. This is something that is in my wheelhouse, and I get reports on this in my company I actually work with on a weekly basis. And from their presentation they gave, I don't even see how they're justifying whatever we're paying them if it's more than $100. And they're asking for $32,000. Before I could support any increase to them, they're gonna have to justify that.
So I think some of that is the number of email accounts that we're increasing,
Okay.
as well as, yeah, it's sort of.
Okay.
But we can get you a breakdown if that's.
Can you give me a breakdown? Because, I mean, one is, maybe they're doing a great job and that was just a bad presentation,
Yeah.
but
I think part of it too was the difference in how we are backing up our files. So before we had a third party do it, and now it's rolled into, and when Greg gets here, he can probably talk to it better. But now we're using I think it's the iWork people to do the backup as well.
okay. So can we take an action item to break that down?
Sure.
For us?
Alright.
And then also too, a bigger action item is get them, at least give us some confidence that we're getting what we're paying for a security firm.
Sure. Yeah, you get more detail.
Cool.
All right, let's dive into some tabs.
I'm sorry?
I said, I'm talking to Gabe. Let's dive into some tabs and start talking the specifics. Are you done?
I'm done with that one. I'm going through my, sorry, I usually send all my questions in, guys. I didn't get to review this until late Friday night, so I apologize.
Okay.
To be honest with you, I wasn't goofing off. I actually was on a business trip.
Sure, Braxton.
Kim, I just have one question on page 4. Sorry to go back. But on the total revenues, that's showing to be $75,405 or $405,061. So the difference there is the increase in the fund in the ending fund balance from the beginning fund balance, correct?
Can you repeat the numbers? Are you talking a particular fund or total? In total?
On total revenues, it's the 75 million,
Yes, sir.
and then the total expenses is 68 million and change. And so the difference between those two is the difference between the beginning fund balance and the ending fund balance.
Correct. So you see, for example, in the debt service fund, I just talked about drawing down fund balance for, to help ease the debt service portion of the tax rate. Yes. The difference between the 75.4 million in revenues and then the 76.7 in total resources is the use of fund balance. So the biggest ones there are debt service, as I mentioned, about 300,000. And then the other biggie is the capital projects fund, because we usually issue debt the year prior, so it goes to fund balance. And then as we're working on the projects, we draw down fund balance.
Okay. Yeah, that was gonna be my next question, is we've got 18 million as revenue under the capital projects fund, and I wanted to know where that revenue was coming from. So that's debt that was issued in the prior years.
Well, we're also contemplating issuing debt again next year. We're fixing to issue debt coming up in the next month for the design of the animal shelter and design of, I can't keep the phases of McElroy straight, but one of the phases of McElroy. And then next year, based on our initial 5-year plan, we'll issue debt for the construction of the animal shelter and then construction, I believe, of part of one of the other sections of McElroy.
Okay.
So it's a little, it's not matching exactly right. So what we're planning on spending next year is what we're issuing this year or have issued in the past. And then what we sell next year, we would more than likely be spending in the next year, 27, 28.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, Gabe, let's dive in.
Yeah, so we can just go tab by tab. I'm on page 217 in the back, which shows the request and what's funded. It's pretty simple, because in the general fund, there's not very many additions at all. So however you'd like to proceed. General admin, the things that are included would be our contract for Air Mason, which, if you'll recall, that's the cloud-based, web-based personnel manual update that we're in the process of. Our benefits agreement for our broker, Hub International, that's one thing I failed to mention. The unknown right now, the big unknown, is our health insurance cost increase. We went out to the market, and our current carrier, Blue Cross Blue Shield, came back with a 20+% increase, which we can't deal with. So we're looking at some plan changes and potentially another carrier. We don't have final numbers yet. Our broker's telling us that we probably got off lucky, that other cities or, other clients are in a same or worse situation. So that's.
When will we get final on that?
Sometime next week.
Yeah, sometime next week.
Okay.
We had a meeting yesterday, or on Thursday, with Hub.
Okay.
And do these budget numbers reflect staying with Blue Cross Blue Shield?
So we included a 10% increase, so it does not. We're going to try to negotiate the best we can with whoever the, lowest qualified broker would be.
What's Blue Cross Blue Shield coming in at right now for an
It's,
increase?
26 or 23. Yeah. Some, as you may be aware, some carriers are pulling out of the market entirely. So like Humana, for example, doesn't bid in Texas anymore, and it's just crazy.
So to quantify that number, so I'm seeing here at 43,000, it could be more than double if,
No, that's just the fee.
Okay.
So we pay our, sorry, the sun's in your eyes.
yeah, no, it's fine.
We hire Hub International as our, kind of our owner's rep to negotiate with the insurance companies, and that's just their fee.
Okay,
The previous arrangement, probably, we've had them for 4 or 5 years, and they earn their keep by a long shot. The previous arrangement was the previous broker would get a percentage cut of whatever the total was. They take one flat fee, so, yeah.
okay, okay.
And they're also a big company. I forget how many dozens of cities they serve. Anyway, one thing that wasn't funded maybe 4 years ago now, 3 years ago now, and this was started a long time ago. We have a gift card for employees around the holidays. It's $50, so the request was to up it to $75. We didn't include that, although that could be something for consideration. Couple of the other minor items are just software-based subscriptions that we use pretty often. Canva for like social media posts, Jotform is for like surveys and that sort of thing online. Didn't think I would see this day, but the good Sergeant Mark Andrus apparently wants to hang it up after being contract. He did our background check, so this would replace him with a firm to do background checks.
Valerie, do you have a question?
Who is doing the background checks?
Andrus was doing them, and then wasn't Carl doing PD?
Carl was doing some, but, Mark Andrews was doing them. He said he would finish this year, so next year, because he wants to retire.
And so that is not a net increase, it's neutral, right? So the amount we used to budget for the payroll of Mark is now just going to be funded for our contract services.
So are we gonna go tab by tab and then each tab go by, if anybody has a question on the page? How are we doing this?
That's what I was thinking to do, go tab by tab.
Yeah. So we're on tab, what tab we on now?
Well, Gabe jumped to the back, talked about special request.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're on general admin. So,
Because I've got questions on page 15.
back on 15, okay.
Which would be tab
What page you on, Nikki?
15. And that would be, hell, we're still on tab summaries. So I got 4 questions on this page. The billing, I think you said, I just want to get clarification on this, that you said the additional utility billing court specialist, I think you said that would be a wash they would bring in, they would bring in enough revenue? Or?
No, the bullet point above that would be the environmental specialist. So that would be funded based on fees and in the,
That's what I got here. So,
Correct.
so the fees will cover that one?
Yeah.
That's what you're saying there?
Come close to it.
The specialist and a court specialist billing utility, that will be that actually is a 72,000.
and that's in the utility fund, so no impact to the general fund.
That's what,
In the utility fund,
okay,
yeah.
gotcha. And then the other one I had down here is funding to increase 50,000 for utility cuts. And I had a question, is this where people cut our lines?
No, that's where we have to cut out concrete, to dig down and repair main.
Okay, got you. Why isn't that just calculated into our general fund anyways? Because anytime don't we use like historical records or something to try to estimate what that year over year that costs?
So that line item, that's the purpose of that line item, so we
Okay.
can track it.
Got it. And the next one down, it has a pump. Just curious, what pump? For 11,500 and power to pumps?
That's just the utility costs
Yeah, but
that
what-
run the pumps,
Yeah, but what pumps?
the pumps that pump. the-
System pumps that
Water.
move the water from
Oh, yeah, the pumps that pump the water up into towers
up to
and
the
stuff?
overhead and into the system.
Okay, got you. I didn't know, so it didn't say, so it's one of the things that wasn't in my thing, so, okay. So I didn't understand the one based on the current trends and the proposed Fort Worth increase. We had, and I get, my question here is, it says there's an increase in waste, there's an increase in water by 15,000, and then a lower than of 22,000. So it seems like if one's lower and one's higher, then what are we saying here? Are we saying that we're gonna come out ahead?
It's, yeah, so we started last year, if you recall, we had a rate model done. So instead of bouncing our rates around to match Fort Worth, we said we would commit to the 3.25% to have it more steady.
Okay,
The other, I guess, complicating factor is we budget based on an average year, and so average usage. So that's why even though their rates are going up, I don't think we're gonna be spending that much more money in water, just based on the current year trends of usage. And then the other, it's a little bit more complicated on the wastewater side, and this kind of goes into the FOG program. If you recall, the engineer was here from Kimley Horn talking about the volume of wastewater, and that's only one factor. The other factor is the strength of the wastewater, right? So they charge us more money to treat the water, the dirtier it is.
Right.
And so this FOG position is going to help that piece of the equation in trying to, and Randy can talk a lot more technically than
Yeah.
I can about BOD and TSS, but it's the strength of it that we're also trying to get down, which will also reduce the cost that we have to pay Fort Worth for treating our wastewater.
So we have categorized industrial customers within the city that are monitored, that we keep track of their strengths.
right.
But you also have all the restaurants up and down the boulevard and all over
Yeah.
the city that sometimes don't follow the program. They just dump whatever, and
Yeah.
this person will take care of that. A lot of cities are going to that. Fort Worth's gone to a FOG program. It really gets those people attention, and it helps you with your wastewater bill.
Okay, so got that. I'm actually semi-familiar with that. Arlington does that. They actually take samples, and if you're over a threshold, they charge you extra. You can even get fined.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, cool. That's all I had.
So we've got data saying that we have more of the oils and greases in our wastewater than we should, or than we thought we
Well,
would.
we pay for it for Fort Worth, so we're just wanting to reduce it, get it
Okay.
down even further.
Yeah. Yeah. My next, unless somebody has, is page 16. And on this one, there's just, I guess, more of a kind of a curiosity down here. It says, police expenditures, trust fund. The very first one, it talks about confiscated, and I got in here, you know, do we have a list of what we have confiscated? And it doesn't give me what we've got. What do we get for those confiscated? So what are we confiscating and what are we getting?
So most of the confiscations have been like vehicles.
Okay.
And so we confiscate a vehicle, once the court awards that to us, then it goes for auction. Those monies come back into that expendable trust fund. That's where our K-9 is actually funded out of.
Okay.
There's been some jewelry in the past. It was a dope dealer kind of deal where he had a bunch of jewelry. We seized that. It went to auction, generated around $50,000 worth of revenues. These are all things that we file with the court when we believe that whether it be a vehicle, be jewelry, be cash, that it was the proceeds of illicit gain through drug dealing or crime of some type. And the courts agree with us on that, then they'll award that to us, saying that you're not entitled to that because you gained it through criminal enterprise. And so that's kind of how those funds work. Can't tell you how much we bring in any particular year because it changes every year depending on the case volume that we have. So we may go this whole year without having a significant drug dealer type bust that would warrant a seizure. We may not have a case involving child crimes where there's video and audio equipment, things of that nature that we'd also try to seize and something like that. So this comes about on occasion, but it's not a routine thing.
Okay.
Now with narcotic possession, so when those are filed with the DA's office, if in your possession you also had, say, $1,000 in cash, but you have no meaningful job, the DA's office would actually seize that money as well, and we would see 50% of that. So the DA does some stuff on their side, we see a portion of that seizure, but they would also get 50% to fund their, I guess it's their narcotic prosecutions and things of that nature.
Right, got it. But, well, let me ask this, in 2025, how much did we do of that?
I'm gonna let Kim look that up to tell you exactly what the funds were, because when we do a seizure, it takes 3 or 4 years before we actually see it, so,
Oh, yeah, depending on how hard they fight it, right?
yeah.
So typically, the only revenue we budget there are interest, estimated interest earnings, because like Russell said, it's too unpredictable to actually budget. But we have, so last year, we had 23,000 that we collected, which we refunded this year, because sometimes we're ordered to refund it to the
Okay.
person.
That's ordered by the court, right? That's
Yes,
all
sir.
Court-driven?
But the year before that, in 2024, it was 70,000 of collections, and that was I think that was the jewelry case.
Okay.
And
the
then the year
23
before that was only like 2,000,
So
so,
last year was 23,000, but we had to give all that back.
yes, sir.
So it was really zero after it's all said and done.
Correct.
Roughly, yes, sir.
Okay, got you. The next page I had is on page 18. And it's down here, this tree planting, this will make the third year that we've estimated, or that we've allocated $10,000, $5,000 from each fund. So what I don't know is, okay, so we've now, in my mind, 2 years that we've done it, this year's almost over, we've invested $20,000 in tree planting. Can somebody tell me where my trees are? Because $20,000 is a lot of trees.
So they're throughout the park system, and you'll see it when we complete our inventory, and I'll provide that to
okay.
you.
Okay.
We've got it throughout the park, and it doesn't take much to equal $10,000 in trees, because they're
Okay.
expensive. We're not buying, we're buying trees that are
Big tree, okay.
older, yeah.
And so with this, you guys are doing the estimates now, you feel that we do need
Yep,
to spend another 10,000?
absolutely.
Okay.
We're losing trees every year down in the park.
Yeah, they're those great big, what are they called?
Willow trees,
Sycamore, I think, over in,
hackberry, we're
Yeah.
losing those. I mean, but they do provide shade throughout the park, but when you lose them, you lose them. They're getting old
Yeah.
and
yeah, they're big. Okay, good, that's all I had. That's all I got for that section.
All right, so Gabe, keep going.
Yeah, so any questions on general admin, that'd be, the summary tab is page 28. Already kind of went over the,
Question on page 29,
okay?
just explain we're showing an increase and then a decrease in the salaries, just to clarify what that actually is.
Yeah, it was a position reclassification. Was temporary,
Okay.
yeah.
So that was gonna be my question was, overall, were there temporary positions in this budget from last year that were temporary that were making permanent this
Yeah,
year?
good point. I failed to mention that. So the two positions the city council added last year was the video position and then the assistant who reports to Lee and helps Vicky. Those two positions are funded fully.
I mean, ongoing. funds.
Ongoing, yep.
Not one time anymore.
Correct.
They're-
We had added them on a temporary basis to see when we can, make them permanent, so they're ongoing.
Yeah, one was, the library one was a full-time position, but no, not full-time. Yeah, it was a 40-hour position, but it was temporary. And the other one was a part-time position, right?
So no, you remember Kevin, our video guy, we added him full-time, mid-year.
Okay, he's full-time.
But we said we'll come back in 2 years to make sure we can fund it.
One of them, we could only, unless we came up enough money in our general budget to cover it, by law, we could only have them for, I think it was 2 years, right? Is that right, Kim?
No, we try to have ongoing expenses funded by ongoing revenues, but I don't know of any two-year rule.
Okay, well,
But specifically on page 29, I'm not sure what the title is, the position that helps Vicki as well as other departments used to be part-time, so that's why you see the change go down in part-time, but increase on just the regular salaries. That's the reclassification of that position. But it is funded, both positions that Gabe mentioned are funded with as an ongoing position now, with ongoing resources.
I thought one of the positions was at the library, part-time. It wasn't, that's a different one?
There is a part-time position at the library that's funded with donations fund. And so you'll see the transfer from library donations to general fund going up to reflect the cost of that part-time position.
Okay, got, that's where I was mistaken.
And I will say.
And then the other position that Gabe mentioned, the videographer, is in the communications budget.
Okay, and that's, we now have enough funds in our general, it's covered.
Yes, sir, the proposed budget is covering both of those on an ongoing basis.
Okay, good.
John?
I was just gonna say that position, the videographer, 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Like, the videos that they're producing are fantastic.
They're so popular, aren't they? I couldn't believe how popular, I mean, BPAP's a damn celebrity now.
Well, and between that and the little podcast shorts, I mean, that's great.
Well, it's funny or sad, I don't know which, but we put out a lot of written information. They won't read it, but they'll watch it. So, that's the way we've got to connect with people. What? Visual, yeah. Hey, the videos are, yeah.
And we've got numbers to prove that, so I
Yeah.
know the communication people follow the numbers and track the interactions and the views, and it's really good, so.
So, I did have a question on, it's on page 29, the contract services, human resources. Can you explain what that increase is for?
That would be, so we're transitioning from, and it's really not a net change, from contract. Mark Andrus, a former sergeant, did background checks. Now we're just going to use a firm because he's retiring, fully retiring.
I had a question, just a general, because I didn't understand it on page 21, item 4, administrative oversight, review, and services, and it's got city manager, assistant city manager, finance director, Exactly what is it? Because it's got a bunch of numbers here, and management analysis will spend half day. Kind of what is that section 4 meant to be?
That is just the justification for the interfund transfers. So the
okay.
enterprise fund, the drainage utility fund, need to pay for their share of administration.
Got it.
And so that's my way of justifying those transfers, so I'm not just picking a number out of the hat.
Yep. Cool. Good. Oh. That's all I had for
Brack,
this.
you have a question?
Yeah, on page 31, fourth item down is the community website maintenance. There's zero cost associated with it. Is that no longer being utilized? Is that somewhere else?
That was just transferred to communications, I believe.
Oh,
Yeah, it used to be an admin, and then when Pedro got his own department, it was it was
okay.
transferred there. So yes, sir, we're still doing that.
Okay.
All right, Gabe, keep it going.
Yeah, so next tab would be municipal court. There's really business as usual, nothing noteworthy to report unless there's questions. That'd be page 38, starting at 38.
I didn't have any questions on that
Okay.
section.
We moved to fire?
Yeah, next tab, fire, that's starting at page 44. There were some, let me flip to the back.
I just had one, General, I think I know the answer to it, but 51, I was reading through the, whatever you call these,
Special request?
it's special request, and I didn't see our fancy ladder truck. Is that because it's covered under a debt of obligation?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
So on page 51, the exhaust removal system for both stations, is that going to be part of the renovations for Station 2, or is that, would it be an addition?
No, that will come out of those funds for the renovation for Fire Station 2. We just didn't get that out of there in time. It was
Okay,
prepared.
so we're going to get both stations covered under that for the?
Correct.
Okay. And then if there's money left over from the renovations, will we be able to allocate that towards some of these other requests, like the thermal imagers and such?
Yep, potentially if it's, I think kind of our thought would be if we have, and it, we're hopeful it will, but from the certificate of obligation, if we have some money left, we had thought about doing a needs assessment for PD. You might have recalled we talked about that, like an architectural needs
Sure,
assessment.
we talked about
So, and that would be dependent on whatever the final cost and delivery and all that for the apparatus is.
Okay.
Yeah. Some of the smaller items, I don't recall the thermal imagers. But
And we wouldn't want to
We wouldn't
pay
want-
for on
Yeah.
operating costs out of debt.
With debt
right?
money,
We're
okay.
paying debt over 20 years, we wouldn't want to
Just hoping
use.
the chief could,
I think your intent is, it would be spent towards public safety. Like
Okay.
Gabe mentioned, I know there's a needs assessment for the PD. We're going to try to fund that through that. So
just did such a good job on Station 1 crunching numbers.
Well, we're
Figured Maybe we
gonna-
could save some money to get some of this stuff.
we're going to apply that same focus, and hopefully we are successful.
Fire department's so generous. Thank you.
So we're gonna cover item 4 under the money from the debt of obligation that we've already approved. But items 1 through 3, we don't have covered anymore, right? They're non-funded.
That's correct, they're not funded.
Hey, I have a question on the exhaust system. I thought we had plumbed Station 1 completely for all the exhaust.
We did, and we did Station 2 as well. That's already been done. The big change is adding the ambulances to the bay. That kind of reconfigured the,
But we need more in Station 1. I understand Station 2, but Station 1, I thought we had plenty of those.
we have to have another drop at Station 1 because the apparatus that was at Station 2 won't fit over there anymore to accommodate the ambulance.
Okay.
So we didn't accommodate for the extra apparatus at Station 1. So that's one of them. And the other components are so we can connect to the ambulance. And they swapped those out so much, they can't have the adapter on the ambulance, so we had to come up with a solution. So it will fit any ambulance they put in there and take some manual work. So that's what that is.
But it's definitely benefit. I want the ambulance at that station as much as possible.
Absolutely.
That's a fantastic thing. Whenever I see it there, it makes me happy.
So we want to
That's
capture
great.
their exhaust like we do all the fire trucks, and that's basically what this is.
I don't mind feeding those folks, whatever we need to do to keep them at our station so we get great coverage.
They're a valuable part of our team, and they're treated just like a member of our department.
And I had a question related to that. At one point in time, when I walked to the fire station with you, Fire Station 1, we had talked about the door situation there and being able to park that ambulance inside versus outside. And has that been resolved?
Refresh my memory on what.
We were talking about how the door, they didn't have access, so someone had to open the door for them or something.
Oh, yeah, because they weren't stationed there at that
Right.
particular point, but that has been rectified. They have access to the station and open the doors just like the fire truck.
Perfect. Thank
Are
you.
you talking about Station 1 or Station 2?
Station 1.
1, okay.
So I have a question on the ambulance service. It was a 43% increase. Are we anticipating as much of an increase next year again? Or can you kind of walk us through some of the, I know there was an initial kind of getting it off the ground, figuring out what our costs were going to be and everything. And so is this a result of the increase, a result of just they're figuring on cost, and what we're being charged now is a lot higher than what they were originally anticipating?
Sure. So whenever Fort Worth took that on, there was a lot of unknowns, right? And a lot of capital expenditures that MedStar was kind of behind on that Fort Worth had to absorb. There were personnel issues. They were using a lot of overtime and all that and transitioning people. So our first year, 24, 25, our allocation would have been $254,000 based on the information they had at the time. They prorated that because it was mid-year when they did it, and we only paid $54,000. That was based on a unit hour. Best guess at that time is how we're paid. For every hour we use the ambulance, there's a fee for that, and every entity pays the same cost. So the following year, it went up $135,000 because there was a full year that they had the ambulances and all the personnel still absorbing all that and getting their hands around it. So it went up. This year's pretty considerable amount of jump, but confidence is high that they've got control of the cost and know what it actually expends. They don't have a crystal ball because all those costs, particularly public safety, keeps increasing. Everything we buy keeps increasing. So I couldn't sit here and say that it's not going to go up, but the percentage increase, I would be confident in saying we shouldn't expect that same amount next year.
Okay.
It should be relatively close. That through their personnel, and they've had to change the deployment to the fire stations versus out in the field, they're doing a lot of measures to cut cost, keep personnel, and making sure they're providing good service. And now we're 2.5 years in, so they've got a lot better grasp of it. I couldn't imagine everything they went through to get us here, but I wouldn't anticipate this significant of an increase going forward outside of something really significant happening.
Okay.
They have had some capital expenditures replacing ambulances because the fleet was in pretty poor condition when they absorbed it. So that's a big part of that. Sure. And the unit cost per hour has gone up, and that's what drives that. But part of the cost increase is because we're busier in our own town, considerably more. The strip right down here on McLaury with the nursing home and that they run a lot of cost to those facilities. So it's a pretty substantial hit to our cost for that.
It's good they're parked so close. So, I had one more
Go ahead,
question.
please.
So on the uniform expense, can you talk a little bit about what the increase is there?
Yes, sir. Through the ESD in the past, they had a grant opportunity every year. That amount was $25,000. One year it was $30,000, but we continually use that grant for our PPE, our bunker gear. So that has obviously went away through the ESD. They've created their own fire department and absorbed a lot of territory, and that grant opportunity went away. And over the last probably 7 years, departments have had to adapt to having one set of PPE per fireman for 2 of them for contamination purposes, how we have to wash and inspect that gear. So we have 27 shift firemen, so we've doubled the amount of bunker gear from 27 to 54. Okay. So that cost is our replacement program every year. We replace between 5 and 7 sets of the coat and pants, and that's about $3,800 for just those 2 items. And then depending on the year, we supplement the boots, helmets, hoods, and gloves. But that's what it takes to run our replacement program. So everybody keeps 2 sets of bunker gear at all times.
So-
After they have a fire, they'll come back and
Yeah.
wash their gear, and they have to have something in the meantime.
Sure, no, and I think that's great. I would just, for transparency purposes, I don't know if it's possible to rename that from uniforms to uniforms and PPE. Is that possible, just so that, because it sounds like it's kind
Sure,
of both?
just a name change.
Yeah, I mean, I just think for, because otherwise people are gonna be like, well, why are shirts that much more?
Yeah, I think it's consistent across all the departments called uniforms.
Sure.
I think it was that way.
I don't know if that's something that is
I
possible.
like bunker gear, that certainly defines it.
Makes it very clear what it is.
That sounds expensive, just for.
Yeah, it sounds like fire department SWAT.
Chief, back to ambulance real quick. We've been going with Fort Worth system for a while, and of course, the costs are going up. But I'm assuming, and this is, I want to ask your opinion on the services, you think we're getting our money's worth, we're getting good service from them or better than before?
We do. The service delivery has been improved from what we've experienced in the past, particularly having the ambulances here. And some things that a typical citizen wouldn't see is the ambulance crews are in with our fire crews. They know each other's names, they eat together. So what that translates to, if you're on a call, you already have a personal relationship with that person. Just the cohesiveness and the way they work together is much better. The trust is there in each other's knowledge when you have a critical patient. So it's translated in a lot of positives, but that's a really big one. And certainly having the ambulances here, now they cover other areas outside of our city that we don't typically go to, but having them here is a great benefit.
And is it the same personnel that come pretty much, so we get to know them?
They do.
They
So
don't switch them in and
their own shift, their shift is 24/48 currently. I think in the future that is looking to change, but, so they work across all shifts, but there are 6 assigned people to Station 2 and 6 assigned people to Station 1. So most of the time, it's consistently those same folks.
I just want to note too, this is a much cheaper option than us providing this service ourselves.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just the price of ambulances right now is almost what it would cost just for what we're paying for a year, so.
Yeah, what's an ambulance cost these days?
They're up over 250,000 now. I
You know,
mean,
the average ambulance cost now is a little over 500,000, equipment
Good.
and everything, so
Oof.
it's kind of out of sight.
Yeah, okay. No, finance.
in 2 years to get one, so.
Yes.
Right, that is confusing, but, yeah. All right, any other fire questions, folks? Chief, anything else you want to add?
Nope, I'll answer any questions you've had. We've obviously had some line item increases of everything we have. I'm prepared to speak about anything fire department budget related, but I think you hit the big components.
Okay. Are we ready to go to police?
Yeah.
Let's go to police.
I only had 2 things in the police tab. One was at the end, the number 3, the jail door maintenance. I had to highlight it. And my only concern there is what risk, if we don't get these jail doors maintenance, like it says here, what's the risk?
So there's,
Safety.
there's 2 risks. One is the door doesn't lock when you put somebody in it. We've had this happen on one occasion so far. It's an inmate, when the jailer was not back in the jail, he was roaming around the general area where our staff normally is. The other issue you have is when you want the door to open, it won't open.
Yeah,
It's,
that's what I'm,
That's the concern we have in case of fire or something like that. We couldn't evacuate the building. Is having these doors maintained and lubed and.
is there any override or anything like that to get in that if this malfunctions?
So we have key override for all the doors, but to say this maintenance is the internal part of the locks. So these locks are starting to stick, and that's where this maintenance comes in. They're gonna dismantle the lock, they're gonna lube everything back up, readjust it, calibrate it, and then put it back in the door so everything works the way it's supposed to work.
So so there's a risk. You have to tell me how significant the risk is. To me, when I look at risk, I measure risk. One is, what's the probability of it happening? And if it does happen, the second thing is, what's the criticality of it? Sounds like to me that the criticality is bad. If
It
somebody-
is bad.
Yeah.
And
So
I say
what's the
my
probability
concern
of
is
this
more
actually
on the front side of this, though. It's when the door doesn't latch, when you have somebody back in the
Yeah.
jail. Yeah, the jailer has other responsibilities. It pulls them out of the jail for a few minutes at a time, taking paperwork to CID, things of that nature. Walks back into the jail, and now somebody's hiding in the
Right.
kitchen area. We don't keep knives and stuff in there, but now you have an ambush situation that could occur. Hasn't happened, like that, but did have somebody out roaming around the jail cell, or
And they could
common jail
Trash the
areas.
place while he's gone too, and that would cost us even a
It's,
lot more money than this.
As far as the fire side goes, I mean, we got the water suppression and whatever in the building. That's not as big a concern for me, but if there were to be a fire in the building and those locks not disengage like they're supposed to, then that would,
Well, if fire
Definitely
don't
be
get
a
them, I mean,
liability
if there
issue.
was a fire, I'd be more worried about the smoke.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, I mean, I think, to me, looking at this, looking at risks, I think this is, we gotta figure out somewhere else in the budget to cut $3,500 to get this done.
It seems like a no-brainer.
Yeah.
I don't want somebody to be arrested for whatever reason, and that should not be a death sentence.
That's right, yeah. Don't want a death chamber. So can we pencil that in, Gabe, and figure, we've gotta figure out what we're gonna cut?
Yeah, we can add that.
The only other thing I had on, and it goes to police and fire, was what we talked about at the beginning, and we're there now, as to, we seem to have within our emergency response services, police, maybe not so much, I haven't heard from fire, but I'm assuming there's a thing, but definitely in police, we can't seem to get good candidates again. How many are we down now?
We're down 6 right now.
How many?
6?
6. And so, yeah, and I've been, when I read this and when I read your email, I'm sitting there thinking, okay, if I, again, I always, everything is like, okay, you know, you always have people coming and going. So, you know, you have 2 or 3, you know, people retiring, whatever. So I'm sitting here thinking, what would cause me to go that my police department is staffed good, and then I've got a concern? I'll call it yellow if you're using what they call a stoplight, right? So is that 5 or 6 people I'm down, and all of a sudden a yellow, and then when do I go red to where it's actually now impacting our citizens' safety, so to say? That
So-
we're having, you know, we're not able to cover what we have. And
Right.
I'm sitting here trying, and that's what I've been doing, and so to me, it's like, okay, if it's 6, we're down 6 police officers, and we've got 50, right?
42.
42, that's a significant number of police officers that we don't have.
Correct.
It's gotta be impacting us
Yes, sir.
in a pretty significant way. So we gotta do something to we gotta come up with some way of getting boots on the ground or in our police department.
And I think that's the million-dollar question. I can tell you just this past week, what Dallas has decided to do is allow neck and hand tattoos and nose studs, trying to up their applicant pool. Is, yeah, what applicant do you want, and what do you want them to look like?
Right.
Yeah, the profession as a whole is just really having a hard time attracting young folks into the profession. And I think if you look over the last 5 or 6 years, what we've seen in the media and in society in general, I mean, it's really not one of those careers that people want to subject themselves to anymore. And I don't know how you overcome that, because every organization that's out here that hires police officers is short. And the top paying organizations are still hiring people, trying to fill vacancies. Those of us that fall in the middle of the pool, you know, we're having to hire people as well, but we're struggling just a little bit because there's, you know, just here in the Metroplex, there's 18 agencies that pay more than we do starting off, and they top out in 6 figures in 3 years. You know, we can't compete with that as far as dollar for dollar. What we do here in-house is we provide a significant amount of training. TCO requires 40 hours of training. Our folks are seeing between 80 and 100 hours of training every year, so we can offer that. We are tattoo friendly. We don't allow beards in uniform. Yeah, it's something that we can look at. Everyone that has beards still has openings as well, so I don't see that as being a big change as far as attracting applicants. We engage in a lot of wellness programs as well. Every officer that's employed with us, they receive 5 or 6 emails a week from a wellness program that we subscribe to, that we purchase. And so they're receiving updated information on officer wellness. We offer workout opportunities for them to work out on duty. I mean, there's just a number of things we're doing to make things beneficial for troops. But the last 2 that I lost voluntarily that left, they left for opportunities. It wasn't money. They left for less money, but they wanted a specific job like Narcotics Task Force.
Right.
I don't have the staff to offer that.
Right, and we never will, but
Well, we've had task force positions before, but that's back when we were 2 officers per 1,000.
Okay.
It's, right now, we're at 1.54 officers per 1,000 in this city. So when there's a perception of increasing crime, and largely I would tell you that's what it is. It's a perception. If you look at our crime trends, we're really pretty stagnant and steady, if you will. But the belief is there's a higher impact of crime here in our city. It's how do you overcome that? I mean, the old school method is throw officers at it. It's more visibility. So the more officers you see, the more safe you feel.
Right.
You can't keep doing that either, but
So to me, there's two parts. One is if we can, we keep the officers that we got. And so part of that is, there you are. I'm looking down there, you moved on me. Do we do an exit interview?
I don't know if they do.
so we do exit interviews with many of our employees. If it's disciplinary related, not so much. If you're leaving because you're being forced out, we don't do an exit interview with you. But as I say, the last two that we've lost, really the last three, we had one retirement and two officers that were young officers, been with us for 2 years, they left. Both of those officers left for opportunities with a task force that we don't offer.
That's right, and that happens. So that's what I'm saying. So there's nothing inherently, so that's what I'm saying. You look at that to see if there's something inherent that we can actually change, right?
Right.
If it's not that. So to me, one knob is keeping them if we can. When the person's ready to retire, they're gonna retire. But we know that, you know everything, so we can estimate that. Then the second knob is, what can we do to get more officers in? And, you know, we definitely, to some extent, things like beard versus no beard, tattoos on the arm versus no tattoos on the arm, those good. But the actual quality of the person, I absolutely agree with you. We have to hold that standard. The next thing is okay, what can we do to lean into it? And to me, I'm like, okay, how many police academies do we have? And are we engaging with those police academies strong enough to get them? And then this is what I don't know, totally out of my wheelhouse. I know that every university out here has criminal justice degrees. And I know that a lot of people watching NCIS and stuff, they go join and they want to get a criminal justice degree. It seems like to me, could we be talking to University of Texas at Arlington, University of Texas at Dallas, TCC, to these students that's going in, getting these criminal justice degrees? And I don't even know what it calls. I'd have to ask you, and get them tied in to say, hey, you go to the academy and we'll pay for it, and you sign like a 3-year contract. Is that something we could do?
So it is something you can do, but what the lawyers will tell you is you can't enforce the 3-year aspect. So if I say you have to do 3 years with me or you owe me for the academy, it's really not enforceable. And so I can send them to the academy, they finish that with their degree, and they turn around and go to Arlington making more money, because Arlington requires a 4-year degree, or 60 hours is what they require now. But it's you take your degree and go to Arlington, you're making more money and you have more opportunities than you do with me, but I paid for your academy. It's yeah, there's a catch there, but we are sending people to the academy. We are paying for academies to get them through and get them certified. I mean, that is one of the things that we've started over the last 5 or 6 years. Used to, we didn't do that, but we do that now.
So
It's
I'm
just a
looking
really-
like, so, ask me, what's our credit hours? Do we have a number of minimum credit hours, they have college credit hours they have to have?
No.
Okay.
You can come to us with a GED as long as you've gone through the academy, or if we hire you.
Do
and
we
send you to
have
the
a
academy.
program, I mean, I just seen that you all had your police academy. Do we have a strong relationship with both our, how many high schools we have here? Do we have a strong relationship with our high schools in mentoring them, and when they come out of high school, going into the
So
academy?
the Hollenstein Center offers law enforcement classes. We do have a strong relationship with them. That's the kids that are interested in following through with the law enforcement type career, so we're in pretty good with them. There's 3 academies here in our region. We're in with all 3 academies. We visit with those academies on when I say regular basis, it's almost a weekly basis, to identify cadets that may not be sponsored through other agencies, so we can start looking at them, encourage them to come to us. And a lot of that just comes down to what they're looking for. And, you know, the last academy at Weatherford had 5, I believe it was 5 cadets that were not sponsored. When you start running backgrounds, they're not gonna get hired in too many places, just because of what's in their background. So just because they're not sponsored doesn't mean they're an eligible candidate for us. since
Right,
they've been to the
absolutely, they have
academy.
to, that's what I said, that basic.
Right.
The basic fundamental, they have to pass the background check, I mean,
But
you know.
the majority of people that we hire want to be here and they stay here. We're not
Right.
losing people to higher paying jobs traditionally. I mean, we lose them because they want opportunities, not necessarily pay, and they're willing to take a pay cut to get the opportunities.
How about interns? I mean, like, Felicia, do we have an intern program? I mean, I know in engineering, that's the way we get people in. We bring them in as interns, we kick the tires, and then either the end of their junior year, going into their senior year, if they're good, we offer them a job. We get them locked in.
So I have 2 officers that came through an intern program with us.
Yeah.
It's just not something that we see very often. Doesn't seem to be a whole lot of interns out there that are looking for opportunities, but it is something that we entertain.
Okay.
Say 2 of my officers were interns with us as a non-police role. They actually worked in records and back in CID to help out, and decided they want to go to the academy. We helped with that, and they're with us now, so.
So on request number 6, background investigations, in there you specifically ask that basically there's a delay in getting offers because we don't have this background check service. Would this help obtain
So-
officers?
It does help. It's kind of a new service that we're looking at. You know, we've estimated a fee there because we may do backgrounds on, 15 officers before we get one hired. Not necessarily because they fell out of the system. It could be that they've accepted a job somewhere else, could have changed their mind, decided they didn't want to come into law enforcement, whatever the case may be. But when you're looking at, $650 per officer to do the background, I can't tell you what that fee is going to be. We've estimated the 10,000, assuming that would get people hired. But Carl Johnson was doing our backgrounds for us as a reserve. He hung up his final coat this year, decided he was just going to be done. And so the sergeant who does the backgrounds now also is overtraining and uniforms, a number of things. You just put a lot of pressure. That's why we've proposed this as a background process. Kind of free up that. It's the initial part of the background, though. It's not the full background. So they do the initial part, that's all the legwork, and then we get into looking at the criminal stuff. Have they been charged with anything? Do they have anything in their history from another agency? So this background is really the initial stages of that. It's all the social media, the public records, and things of that nature.
So I have a couple questions. So this sounds to me more like less of a retention problem and more of a recruitment problem. And so proactively, do we have internal recruitment mechanisms? Are we offering incentives for current officers to refer their friends that work for other agencies?
So nothing that we pay our officers for, but our officers really are good. If they have a friend that's going through the academy or looking for a job, I mean, they talk to them. Our officers seem to be pretty happy with our organization and where they're at. So we've hired a number of people that are friends or family or friends of a friend type deal that get recommended to us, and one of our officers is actually their, what's the word I'm looking for? It's their reference, to get in the door. So it works pretty well, but we don't actually offer an incentive or anything for our employees for that. But our employees, they want to see us full staff too. So I mean, they're recommending those folks. The incentives that other agencies offer are actually your relocation assistance. You have sign-on bonuses. There's agencies out here that are paying $10,000 for a sign-on bonus. We don't offer anything like that. I don't know that the city's in a position to be able to afford something like that. But when you start looking at recruitment in our profession right now, I mean, it's literally all over the board, people trying to attract people, and every agency that I'm aware of has openings. I don't know that there's anything out there right now that's making people want to make that ultimate decision, hey, I want to be out and be criticized for every action I take and then be held criminally responsible because someone's trying to kill me, So that's where the profession is right now, and that's really what seems to be the driver to keep the applicant pools that we've seen in the past from being available today.
Yeah, I just don't know how effective it is to especially go to these, the academies, because most of those officers are already spoken for. And it's kind of, I feel the same way about the graduations, but if we can entice them with altering the perception of like, hey, this is we are actually a smaller town. I know that happened with, like Grapevine and Keller, that like it's a little bit safer feeling. So the officers tend to be drawn more to that. And so I don't know if with our new videographer, if there's something that we can do to put out there to help change the perception. I know we're doing a lot of the community efforts with BPAP, and some of those videos are great, but maybe on the recruitment side of like, here's the cool things that you get to do as a Saginaw officer. Maybe we can do a recruitment video or something like that. I mean, we got to be more proactive, I think, with recruitment.
Well, I think if they go to a lot of the job fairs too, curriculum was going to them, and Robin goes to them, the job
Yep.
fairs for
Yeah.
police officers.
And what about the graduations? Do you guys go through the graduations and recruit?
Try to.
Okay.
I mean,
'Cause I know the
We're involved with all of our high schools here, say more so with the Hollenstein Center because they offer the law enforcement classes. So you're already showing a propensity or interest in law enforcement. So we
Right.
really try to talk to those folks.
I more meant the academy graduations.
We're not at every academy graduation, but we're at every academy multiple times every month doing presentations,
Okay.
trying to convince people why we're the better organization to come work for. And so a lot of those folks are previously sponsored, as you mentioned, but there's a good number of applicants that are in the academy that are not sponsored. They're paying themselves. And so if you're an interesting applicant, we can get you on our payroll. We will finish paying your academy, so you don't have to pay it all, knowing that you're going to come to work for us. But
So if we pay for someone to go through the academy and they decided to go somewhere else, do we recoup that money?
no.
Is there a way for us legally to be able to do that?
From what we've understood, talking to legal is really there's none. It's,
I know in the private sector we can.
Yeah.
I've literally signed them myself, and I've had people underneath me sign them where we've done stuff, paid for their college or done things, and they have to sign a 2-year contract. And if they break that, we prorate it. And I absolutely know that in the private sector, we've went after people and made them pay it. So I'd definitely be interested in maybe getting Brent to explain that to us and what, maybe you're right, there's a special law out there that one of our Congress people have put in that says Dial can't do that.
yeah, and I don't know what the stipulations are on that, but I can tell you, we've hired officers from other agencies that fell within their 3-year rule where they had to reimburse, and, the officer never had to pay anything, never came out of their check because it wasn't legally enforceable. So,
Yeah, I'd have to, that's something I definitely would like to hear from why, because I definitely know in the private sector, we can and do.
yeah. But I say we don't do that now, and
Yeah.
still pay for academies, but I don't lose people like that we're sending to the academy.
Right.
If we pay for the academy, they seem to stick with us. It's the folks that go through the academy on their own, or their second job or whatever.
Yeah.
They're really looking for opportunities, and the
Yeah.
opportunities are task force positions with DEA, with FBI, and with narcotics. That's what they're looking for.
Yeah.
What about
And-
military recruiters? Do we have relationships with military recruiters so that when they get out of their 4-year assignment or whatever, if they're in MP?
So we have in the past, we don't have any that I'm aware of right now, with military recruiters. Our folks that are working with military as recruiters, we were in with several folks, when Carl was here, he's retired military, so he had a number of connections that way. We still have a couple of military guys, but they don't seem to have the connections that Carl had. Carl was a command master, command master sergeant, so that is high in the unenlisted rank that you can get. So he had some definite ties there. Don't have those now.
It seems like to me, we got, if I'm looking at inputs coming in, trying to think, one, we got our high schools. We get, and you say you're involved in that. I don't know how many high school students we've had that's actually made it and came back to be police officers.
The thing with the high schools is difficult because you gotta be 21 to get licensed. And so they graduate at 17 or 18, and by the time they're 21 and getting out of an academy, they've already done their research too, and they realize they can go to a lot of places that start off a lot more than us, so.
Okay, so then you got the military. You got the police academy. At the time people go to police academy, most of them's already locked in. And then to me, you got back to the universities of people who's getting that's playing around, dabbling around in criminal justice.
Right.
So, look, it seems like to me we need to focus on figuring out people coming out of the military and people in these universities around here, if we can tie in better there. I don't know. I would be interested, here's my thing, I don't know how to help you. These are recommendations. You have to tell me.
Right.
And counsel on me, but I can tell you that you're a critical component to the safety of our citizens.
Well, I had one idea and thought on that. We are not giving a step raise at this time. Would it be beneficial to maybe mid-year look at this for public safety, depending on budget, depending on numbers? See if would that help with recruitment and retention?
I think money always helps towards recruitment. You know, I haven't had an applicant yet tell me that they're gonna come to work for less than what I was offering, so.
Well,
Yeah,
that
they-
or if we can allocate some money to like a sign-on bonus type thing where we pay a certain amount and then once they're here a year, they get another bump or something with it. I mean, some
I
of the
still
cities
would
are
be-
doing now.
I still would be leery of that if there's not a way to enforce that if they leave in a month,
Yeah.
we get that money back.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
sorry, just a couple things for consideration. The TMRS thing that we're considering in this budget, tremendous benefit. I know public safety, there's probably not a firefighter or police officer that hadn't looked at that and realized the impact that that has. Another component is doing a salary survey, preferably at defined intervals, whether that's every 5 years, whatever it is, to prove competitiveness or to make adjustments when necessary. That's big in public safety. I know generally in our department, and staff has discussed that to some extent, we'll bring it back to you. There's a general thought amongst the firefighters and maybe the police too, we may be behind on some of our holidays, whether we need to add another holiday or two. That's something through our policy review we need to look at. Those are things that get looked at that matter, that we need to be considering, and that's staff's responsibility to bring that to you, right?
Okay.
Chief
Yeah,
Ragsdale
that's
mentioned
something we can control, so that's a
Right.
positive.
Yeah,
Chief Ragsdale mentioned the training component. I can't underplay how big a deal that is. We promote that in our department. They promote that in our department. You'll see in our 5-year plan, we're going to ask for a training officer here pretty quick because our bandwidth to be able to do that in-house gets stretched. But that's particularly in the fire service, that is a big deal. If we do a lot more training and a lot better training than a competitor A down the road, we're going to get that person and we're going to keep them. That is a big deal. Our paramedic pay we had in there too, that's another one to look at. Paramedics, obviously, we do a lot of EMS, very competitive, making sure we're recognizing what that is worth through our incentive pay and doing that. That doesn't specifically speak to the PD, but that's just public safety in general. There are things that we need to continually evaluate to make sure we're staying competitive.
I thought we committed to doing, was it every 5 years, an independent evaluation of where we're at from a
Yeah, every 5 years, so we're in what, year 3?
year 3?
3, yeah, and I would say too, Melanie has gotten records requests and such, but since we've done our study, the market's, it's moved. So, you know, our goal was to be competitive, and I think,
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't know how y'all do it, but I can tell you when we go to Texas A&M, or any of the universities for engineering, I mean, we roll out the red carpet for them. I mean, there's.
so, and it's like every position nationwide, people with skills, whatever the field, are in high demand, and the supply is pretty slim. Kind of lower skill type jobs, entry level, we don't really have a problem, but you know, we've talked about public safety, our wastewater operators. Glenn Reeves was telling me the other day, I forget, is he a B operator? Do you know off the top of your head? C, okay, so he has some combination of licenses where there's only like 15 in the state, and it's just a very competitive.
And they know that. Those folks that have them know
They
that.
do,
Know
oh,
that they're in
and there's,
demand.
I mean, city and fire, there's recruitment, but there'll be cities that send mailers to our city, like, hey, come be an operator. It's like, you know, hey, that's sort of unfair, but I know we, you know, in the public perception, especially with some, you know, employees are overpaid, you know, whatever. Welcome to my world. I'm happy to have a fact-based conversation about the numbers, so.
I would want to
anyone.
seriously consider it mid-year if we can do something from a public space safety perspective. And if, A, if we have the funds to do it, and B, would it help and would it make a positive impact? So I think let's put that down a measure to at least take a look at that and discuss that?
Yeah,
Kind of,
but I don't, from what I can see in my interpretation of this, money alone won't solve the problem. We gotta
You're right.
change our philosophy in hiring. I like the idea of think out of the box, hey, some extra holidays or floating holidays or something like that. We gotta do everything, and to me, I don't care what we have to do, we gotta pick up and we gotta think more out of the box of who we're going after.
Sure.
And it's probably gonna cost this council, the city needs to understand, to get good police officers and keep these young ones coming in, it's a new world for them. And what used to get them in here 10, 20 years ago no longer works. And we're going to have to change our approach.
The sort of long-term approach and the vision would be, since I've been here, our employees per capita, since we've been growing, has declined. We have per capita fewer employees, but it's better to have employees that are more fairly compensated than just more. I'd use this example. You can shop at Walmart or you could shop at Costco. Costco in the 1980s was the first discount retailer to offer insurance to employees. And the CEO at the time, who I like to read a lot of things he wrote, he said, how can we not? Because the customer service and the experience is better. The employees are compensated for that. And, I think anything to the good of our employees would all of us be very appreciative.
And do we think going up to this 8% TMRS will make an impact on new folks? We really do?
Yeah, it's hard. So we did the survey because I talked to the mayor about that, and 91%, I think, of employees preferred that as opposed to a step. I think we're going to have to acknowledge, if we don't do it now, we'll have to acknowledge it in the future because a number of other cities smaller than us, our size, are picking up. Cleburne in our area, Aledo, Hudson Oaks. We're going to have to acknowledge it because I think
I think that's something we can control, and that we can do that right now. That will help at least a little.
yeah.
It won't hurt, but it will help a little bit. I'm just curious how much it will help. I don't know that.
If someone is paying attention, that would be, it'd be a difference maker if somebody wanted to, say do kind of a lateral type transfer and finish out their career, 10 years or so, to a city that's a 7% contribution to 8%, because it makes a difference. So that's why we proposed it. As far as the recruitment, that it's just a tough ballpark everywhere. I mean, our city's not unique.
All right, I think we've talked.
Mayor, I just want to make one, not to be Debbie Downer, but I want to make a point too that the funding for the TMRS increase is only 9 months of the year. So next year we'll have roll-up costs. So
Right, it
not
doesn't
to
start
give
till
everybody
January-
false
It doesn't start
hopes.
till January 1st officially, right?
Yes, sir. So next year we'll have 12 months worth of funding for it. So we need to keep that in mind too,
Sure.
and not give people false hopes that mid-year we may get a salary adjustment and be able to fund. Even if we could fund it in this year, we have to look going forward and make sure
Sure.
it's sustainable.
Understand.
So Gabe, can we, and Regs, I guess it'd fall to you, but I'll ask Gabe since can we get a multi-level approach? Like, okay, what can we change in our recruiting? What can we change in our, salary? And then what can we change like in holiday, extra things, including maybe a bonus, whatever? What can we do across the whole board of these different things that we feel would allow us, because we're not, Ragsdale's not asking, the police department's not asking to yet, but they are, but didn't get it. And the reason it didn't is because we can't even fill the slots we got now. So, I mean, the step one to me is we got to be able to reliably fill the slots we got. And so I'm looking, can we put something together and present that to council so that then council will have something to chew on to say, okay, we can support this.
Yeah, I think we had talked about that before as far as holiday pay, or the number of holidays, we could look at that. Had mentioned our little employee gift card increase. We're not proposing it's $25, but every little bit helps. So yeah, happy to bring that forward.
Yeah, I mean, that's, like I say, there's two parts. One is keeping the employees here, but two is getting them in the front door.
Yeah, agree.
And that seems to be, you're going to always lose people. There's going to be people you hire that either they want to go somewhere else, they retire. I know in engineering, it's about a 8%. No matter how good you do, there's going to be about 8% of the people, if you're in a big hiring thing, that just don't work out. So,
And our
yeah.
insurance benefits help a lot also,
Yeah.
because a lot of cities don't put any portion toward the
Okay.
employees.
Well, and again, that goes to the front end, when we go meet these resources, we need to really sell Saginaw. Hey, pat them on the back, take them out, feed them a taco, whatever. Here, look what we're giving you that these other cities aren't. We're a smaller city. I mean, be a salesperson, used car salesperson. I mean, really sell that thing.
There are some things we're doing good. Equipment is one of them. We
Yeah.
have great equipment. The police and fire department, we promote that. It instills pride in our staff.
Yeah.
The facilities, a big deal, right? Where they work, they want to enjoy that and have pride where they work. We're doing that. I know the PD needs a needs assessment and look at theirs at some
Yeah.
point in the future, but there are some things that we really do well, and we promote the heck out of that. Now, does that help you pay your electric bill at the end? No, but those all add up to make somebody want to stay here. But we are doing a lot of things really great.
Yeah.
The department heads using all the tools within their power to do it. There's just some things that require,
Yeah. So if we're
further
staying in,
deliberation.
let's say we get our within line of our competitors out here, money-wise, then you're absolutely right. It's these secondary things that then, because there comes a point where money, they're getting paid, so money isn't no longer the driving factor. They start looking at vacation time, how well they're treated, training, education, things like that. And that's what I'm saying. Maybe we're just not doing a good job.
So, talking
Promoting
about
that, I don't know.
vacation time, what is the initial, for officers that start, what is their initial vacation time? What do they get?
It's 2
right
weeks.
up- 2 weeks?
2 weeks.
Okay.
If the city hits the population of 30,000, it would trigger a 3-week requirement.
Okay. Can we proactively change that and make that an incentive only for public service or for emergency services, that they get a week, or would we have to do that equitable across the board?
No, I
Might be a
mean,
Gabe.
The council could do that. if
Yeah, I mean-
so chose.
Yeah, no, but you're right about not doing it for public service, not for everybody else. That would
Right,
cause
that's, I think it
acrimony.
would
and-
have to be equitable,
Yeah.
yeah, across the board for full-time.
Well, I can
That's
tell you, a lot of
something
other cities, emergency medicals things is different on the,
different pay
than
plan.
others.
Yeah, so maybe, I mean, it's something that we could look at that's
Yeah.
probably a lower monetary impact than just increasing salary.
I think, I know we've got a break here pretty quick, but one thing that we've noticed with kind of all the departments that schedule changes have been important. So when the fire department went to the 4896, I know the fire guys have told me they really like that. Most of the cities outside is on 410s now, which has been really positive. A lot of cities in our area are going to 410s and close like City Hall on Friday. I think that's something we talk about in the future. You actually increase your service hours, and Fridays are dead here as far as walk-in traffic. So most people, if they're taking a window type service, are coming in early morning or late afternoon. So little things add up.
Are any other police questions?
Yes, request number 4, barricade rentals for special events. I know last year, I believe it was 80,000 is what we ended up budgeting. This is less. To me, this is important, whether we find it in the budget for each of these events, but this is life safety. Says Baton Rouge, but it was actually New Orleans that this happened. This is happening all over the place right now. I've been involved with the FIFA stuff that's been going on and a lot of pre-planning and stuff like this. It's something we can't just ignore. It's the world we live in today.
So what would we use, which, for this $20,000, which programs would we use it for, and what are we using it for?
So we've used the barricades last year for the parade and for training ground. So we were able to limit vehicle access to pedestrian areas. It worked out pretty well. Last year we budgeted 80,000 because we thought it was going to cost more to get the barricades in and get them set up to keep vehicles off of pedestrians, but The company worked with us quite well, able to shut everything down, so I think if you were at Training Green last year, you saw that it'd be, I'm not gonna say impossible, but you'd really have to work to get a car into a pedestrian area, and there's gonna be lots of advance notice, because you're driving through the park for a good bit, coming through a chain link fence. But this cost represents those reductions where we didn't need as many barricades as what we thought we did. So instead of trying to get the 80,000, we're funding 20,000, which does both events. The interesting thing with Baton Rouge is Baton Rouge uses these same barricades for their events. They had 2 streets that they did not barricade out of convenience, and the courts actually held them liable for not blocking those streets. Once you start having public in certain areas, if you don't make some kind of attempt to keep vehicles off of them, the courts have said, hey, it's predictable. If it's predictable, it's preventable, so what are you gonna do to prevent it? And I don't have enough squad cars to park around the events to keep cars from getting in, so the barricades are our cheapest option, and definitely do a pretty good job of keeping pedestrians safe at our events. That's what our whole goal is, so.
Could we use, other vehicles in the city as barricades?
So we do.
Did a
We-
really good job stopping that F-250 over there.
Yeah. Public Works is normally involved with us. They have their trucks out there blocking intersections, and all the barricades just make it to where that those vehicles are available to us for emergency response. We have the barrier gates. It's not someone having to jump in the vehicle and move it. It's literally a gate that raises up and gets somebody through, and you lower the gate back down, your barricade's back in place. So.
The thing about these barricades is nobody has any respect for them until you need them. And then when you need them, boy, you need them bad.
Right.
So, yeah, so if we did add that, it's up to council, but, Paul, this is your forte, and you're saying it's big.
To me, if
That-
we're gonna continue having these events, we need to do this.
And if
There's
we
no
do-
question about it.
Yeah, if we do that, that'd be another 20,000 along with the 3,500, so that means you're now up to 23,500 that you gotta figure out what to cut out of the budget somewhere else.
Yeah,
What-
we can
what's-
add it. That's what everybody like to do.
Yeah.
But it sounds like we need to, in the future, just plan for that to be in the budget. Because it appears it's an ongoing cost. It's a special one time now, 2 years in a row. And as long as we do Training Green and we do the holiday event, then we're gonna need it.
And I don't think the citizens are gonna say, stop doing Training Green or the holiday event.
Those are definitely popular, absolutely. All right, any other police questions? We've got a lot here, and I want to take a
So,
break.
I guess is council agreeing that this needs to be added in for a safety thing?
I think everybody's good with that, with the 20,000, yeah.
Yeah, so that gets us up to 23,500.
Okay. All right, any other police questions before we take a break? All right, so at 10:13, take a break, we'll be gone, we'll be back at 25 after, so 12 minutes. All right, let's go ahead and get started. We're on, I guess we're on Public Works now? All right, so Public Works starts on page 64. So questions, comments on Public Works, folks?
I do have number 3, Joyce Bender. I'm pretty sure we need the sewer system in the community, in one of our buildings.
We're repairing it.
You speak from your-
Yeah, sorry.
On number 3 on the Joyce Bender Community Building, if y'all need a sewer system, I'm pretty sure we need to check into that one, don't we? I mean,
It's been causing us trouble, so we're gonna replace it.
you are.
I think, Kim?
We're going to do it in the current year in the enterprise fund. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
One note on public services, it relates to actually a work plan project. We had talked about a potential street maintenance fee. I had occasion to talk to the city manager of Fort Worth earlier this week. Sounds like their council through the budget process is moving that direction. We may look at that in the future, and let's say it was adopted and we implemented it, that would add or allow capacity to add kind of a standalone street maintenance crew. So what happens now, Randy, Jared could tell you, is you know, those guys get pulled off on other projects, and, you know, a lot of the things that are really important for extending the life of our pavement go to the back burner, like crack sealing and spot repairs, and, so we'll come back with a workshop on that.
Okay.
We may, but like I say, we may be able, should we adopt a similar fee in the future, add some staff.
Yes, that's when we could adopt it mid-year,
Yes.
potentially?
Yep.
Okay, let's put that on the list to look at it mid-year. I think that's a great idea. And I think if Fort Worth does it, that will give us, and we can learn from their experience as well.
Right.
Page 65, just clarification, we got the increase in salaries. Is that Felipe's position where we made that permanent, or what position is that?
Paul, will you repeat that?
So, first line item in salaries, it's got an increase of 75,735. I'm just curious what that position was. Or I'm assuming it's an added position.
Let me get back with you on that. I can't remember specifically what that was.
Oh, I had a sidewalk question. We've got sidewalks listed 2 or 3 different places. And I'm trying to understand why we have, because we have sidewalk replacement here, we have other sidewalk stuff in different places. Somebody walk me through why we have sidewalks budgeted different areas and how that works.
We have a certain, I guess, base amount that's been there for many, many, many years in the general fund. And then we have, in the capital projects fund, I think it was the 2020 COs, we had a specific amount allocated for sidewalks. I think we still have a balance there that we're using.
Oh,
like,
really? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we can also use it in the street maintenance fund as long as they're replacement sidewalks and not new sidewalks. So it's just different funding sources to fund as much as we can to replace sidewalks.
And I'm definitely pro sidewalk repair. I know that's very important for folks, for mobility and people walking. People tell me, on my sidewalks, I can't hardly take a baby stroller or a walker or something on sidewalks. It's important. I want us to make sure we.
So it was
do
before my time, so I suspect that in the general fund, there was a set amount that was budgeted, and then they adopted the street maintenance sales tax, and so we augmented the funding for that. And then, like I said, we have some CO proceeds that we've used for it
Okay.
too.
No, that helps. Thank you. Can you talk about, on page 66, where we've got building maintenance and repairs? Specifically, I guess should be looking over here. What are we gonna repair with that? Is this general, or just, we have some targeted areas?
It's just a general fund that covers every facility, that we have in the city.
This is really just for anything that comes up. We don't have any targeted needs right now that we're going after? Okay. And we need it. I know our facilities, some are getting some age and will require repair.
Mr. Fleggy, that was the additional inspector position. We added an additional inspector knowing that the current senior inspection manager is close to retirement.
Okay.
Other public board questions, folks? I don't let Randy and Jared off that easy, but I guess we will. Okay. All in, all done? Let's move to parks.
I just got a comment on parks. There's been, some requests for the pool, equipment, and then softball renovations. I noticed a lot of facilities, cities that have aquatic centers, pools, and then sports complexes and stuff, they sell advertising. And I think that's something we, costs keep going up, and I think that may be something we should pursue to help not only generate some revenue, but also help promote our local businesses.
I don't want our facility to turn into a NASCAR driver, but I wouldn't mind promoting local businesses. I wouldn't want to take, I don't know, Apple or something like that.
Yeah.
A local business, that would make a lot more sense.
Mayor and council didn't add any of the requests, but one note with the voter-approved bonds, some of these items we potentially could use our park bonds for, softball complex renovations, that sort of thing. It's
Absolutely.
long-term.
Do we have any money left over from the last bond that can be applied to some of this stuff?
We do have some funds left from the last bond, Park Bond Fund 2021, I think. We still have a playground down by the dog park that we're going to be doing. But yes, we do have some funds that we're going to be,
Are we doing the roof of the rec center with that money?
yes, we did the roof for the rec center.
With
Well,
leftover bond funds from 21, right? Okay.
Yes, sir. It is complete, by the way.
Oh, it is? Oh, all right. I hadn't heard. Do you like it, Vicki? I do. Okay, good. Glad to hear that.
So I'm curious about the utilities. What, is that the rec center? Or what is using utilities for parks?
I think the biggest increase there was water.
Okay.
And
So
we
that's
mentioned-
irrigation at the parks, the right-of-way, medians, those areas.
Okay.
But across the, citywide, there's an increase in electricity and.
Sure. Yeah, no, I know that. I just, parks specifically. So is the irrigation, is that cost broken down to only parks, or is it just all the green spaces, pretty much?
It's by meter and
Okay.
location of the meter, so it's a general fund department, so it pays for water just like any other customer.
Okay.
All right, we mentioned this briefly the other night. I'm hopeful in the near future, we will do a joint council and parks board meeting to talk about some of the bond stuff going forward. When would be the appropriate timing for something like that? At what point would parks be ready in the bond? Anybody got any ideas?
I think anytime.
I think any time is,
Do that before,
right now is a good time, I think.
Let me do it before
Scheduling,
maybe after we get through the budget season, look at in October, November timeframe?
absolutely.
All right,
Sooner the better.
Yeah, let's put that on the.
Yeah, we can do that. Another thing related to the tables, dog stations, park benches, if you'll recall, we've talked about signage. We haven't made any final decisions yet. The thought is, once we have a established sign template, logo, of course, we've got to pay for the design and, the specs and all sort of that. But if you've gone to parks in Fort Worth or elsewhere, a lot of their benches and, that's incorporated, the city's incorporated, so the idea is to have, Saginaw benches, specific signage, so that would be another item to come.
Yeah, and I like the idea of having consistent signage across all our parks.
Correct.
Which we're a little disjointed now just because of over time.
I'm curious, have we ever done like a survey or some kind of way to count how many people are using the park, like Willow Creek Park specifically? Because, in the morning, I just see a ton of people.
I know that we have, but I think with the cell phone data, some of those companies, it's probably easy enough to get. I know the farmers market has done like cell phone data to see where people are coming from and that sort of thing, but yeah, we can look into that.
I mean, I wouldn't want to spend any money on it because it's really just a matter of curiosity.
Sure,
At
yeah.
this point, but I
A lot of
think
walkers. and
yeah, it's
morning.
interesting.
We know people are using it, we just don't know how much and how many.
Right, and I don't know if with the fishing pond that we had talked about the potential of doing, that maybe those numbers might help with grant funding and things like that.
Yeah, that'd be another item. We're not issuing any bonds of the newest authorization this year for parks because the idea is we want to spend what was left from 21. But that would be another discussion, for next year, the pond amenity and also the next playground upgrades, which after we're done with the Willow Creek playgrounds, it would be William Houston, Sagewood over off Basswood, little small one, and a handful of smaller ones.
The smaller one up here by the softball complex.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah.
And that pavilion as well, right? That. Yeah.
Yes.
I thought the small one up by the thing, I thought that was covered under the last bond, that they had enough money.
No, the smaller one we had under the last bond was one down by the dog park.
Yeah.
if we can fund this one, if we got enough left, we are gonna do it.
Okay.
This-
And I want to commend staff for, we've got a lot from that last park bonds, more than I would have thought. When we started that, I didn't really know what we could get for $4 million, but we've got a heck of a lot done, and it's kudos to y'all. And that's stuff that's visible to citizens, and people enjoy it, and you can really see where your tax dollars go.
I can attest to Opal Jennings and Brian Swangler parks, the volume of people using those two parks now compared to prior.
Yeah.
Is quadruple. I mean, it's unbelievable how many people are there every day.
Now, talking about those, to bring, we did have some, I seen on Facebook, we had some vandalism on those.
We did have some vandalism. We turned it over to insurance.
Yeah, Corey talked to the adjuster Thursday.
Melanie, could you move your microphone close, please?
Corey Smith talked to the adjuster on Thursday, and so we have to get some information to him, and then based off what we initially paid for it, then it'll be gone through TML, and then we'll get back to figure out how it's gonna be repaired or replaced or whatever.
So the cost of the vandalism costs the city versus, because people talk about having security cameras up, but those come at a cost and they're not cheap. Especially if you have security cameras, you gotta have ones good enough that allows you to see the person to identify. So, I know that's expensive, so that's one of the things that we have to address. When a lot of people said, we need security cameras, we need security, if we put security cameras, they gotta be good enough to where we could see the person to be able to, prosecute them.
So I talked to the chief. See, he may have left because this was coming. But the cameras that he was looking at, I think, Lee, were they not like flock cam type cameras, and those start at like 30, 35,000, and if you
Yeah,
want
yeah.
one that's good enough to, to identify it, they're even higher than that.
Yeah.
So, and then if you look on the Facebook comments, yet half the people say, yeah, we need them, and then half the people say, I don't want you spying on my kids, and,
Oh, yeah.
in the park.
Yeah, right, I understand that. Well, I was just going to, from a cost standpoint, that, yeah, okay, you got vandalism, but the vandalism's costing me this much, these cameras gonna cost me that much, it's cheaper just to fix them, unfortunately, fix the vandalism.
Yeah, and I know, as far as like the ones in Willow Creek, I had talked with Chief Ragsdale about bicycle patrol and increasing that, and I think it's helped quite a bit in the Willow Creek area. But there's not really a solution for those parks that are not congruent, so.
I think honestly, us putting it out on our webpage and letting the public know that
Yeah.
there's vandalism going on, I think now there's some eyes open now that
Yeah.
are watching
No, that's,
a lot more than they were before.
that's
Yeah.
good.
Good, yeah. I mean, it really makes you kind of sick at your stomach. It did me when I looked at it, because we had this beautiful park we just did, and, you got one or two people that, just ruin it.
Unfortunately, Opal Joe's is right across the street from Fort Worth.
Yeah.
And a lot of places-
Yeah, we'll blame it on Fort Worth.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
Send them the bill.
Yeah,
I see him crossing over there,
yeah.
not Opal Joe. Brian Swain.
It's one good, right? It's right there. All right, other questions on parks? We've accomplished a lot on parks. We've got a lot more to do, but it's exciting. Parks are something that are very visible and people really, and it contributes to quality of life.
Mayor, just one brief comment. You remember we did a design town hall for the playgrounds. I think our intent is to do that again. People really enjoyed it. If you remember the folks that were there was a Girl Scout that had some ideas and people could pick. So we'll do that again next,
Absolutely.
next slate of park
Fantastic.
replacements.
All right, anything else parks? All in, all done? Next, community services.
I just had a general comment on the communities or rec center in general. It seems like our people using the rec center is going down over time, the last couple of years on the pool. Have we done any analysis or asked as to why that number's going down?
You got your microphone on, Nick?
Yep,
Okay.
it's on.
We can barely hear you. Talk closer.
You don't hear
And
that?
I'm gonna say it to everybody too, make sure you talk in your microphone.
So, do we have any as to,
I don't think that it has been down that much. I mean, we couldn't get the numbers to back that up.
Could the part of that be also moving the seniors over to their facility from the rec center?
But those numbers were temporary while the senior center was there, so you have to look at before the senior center was there.
yeah, I was reading somewhere,
Compare it to apples to apples.
yeah, I was reading somewhere in here, and it said that the fees went down this year.
You mean the fees we collected?
Yeah.
The revenue.
How is that?
Yeah, based on the trends, and that's more the classes and programs that they're offering. But I think there was a plan for increased.
Could we get maybe, I mean, because I understand it takes 3 data points to make a trend, and we don't, I know we don't have 3 data points, but I know last year there was some concern, and we did, I think y'all went back and normalized, you removed that so that we could do that. Remember, last year that was a big thing, when I said, well, let's take the senior citizens out, because they shouldn't have been there to begin with. And, but yeah, it's,
One thing, and maybe even our next regularly scheduled meeting, Vicki was going to talk about our facility rental fees, especially related to deposits, to adjust those up. That may have a small impact. I know there's been, it's not for lack of effort, but there's some classes that they've been trying to offer.
Yeah.
But they haven't taken. There was like a programming class. You remember, my youngest son was interested, but I guess that not enough people signed up, and the price.
Classes in the works right now, it just takes time to build those up.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's not
cool.
overnight, but we do have more classes
I-
coming, and pickleball is a great addition to.
Good.
I think too, on some of these sort of facility repairs, you know, I want to be pretty cautious right now and a whole lot of things. But these are things that I think in the year we could certainly come back and revisit. And, you know, the facility, we've added a lot of money to it, but it's just based on age that it needs some.
One that jumped out at me is number 5, the air duct cleaning. How bad is it? And I'm surprised it's never been done. Bad?
Yeah,
I mean, is that an air quality issue, like a health issue?
patrons notice that, we keep it vacuumed as much as possible, but it is an issue that patrons are noticing.
Okay. So folks, if folks can't hear, Vicki said the patrons are noticing the air duct and the lack of cleanliness. So that's something, number 5, something I would want us to at least consider and think about what we could do. Maybe we only fund part of it, or we mid-year it or something, but that seems like a health and safety.
$75,000?
Yeah, I'll do it for 30.
I'm wondering if there's a way that we could split that or coordinate with bond funds or park funds to try to see if, I mean, because it's a pretty substantial expense, but if it's gonna lower the use of the facility, then it's not good to continue down that trend.
I want to have clean air.
Yeah,
That seems
I mean,
important.
yeah.
And use of the bond is a good idea.
Yeah.
If we can. I'm not sure what the
Yeah,
rule.
I think some things, if they're recreation related, we can make that. I don't know
Let's look into that.
specifically about the air ducts, but yeah, we could look at
It's
that.
Let's
gonna
do that, see
affect
if we
the
can do-
cleanliness of the building too, so.
Yeah.
And then I had a question about the salaries, the part-time salary increase. Is that one person or, okay, and would it be better to have a full-time staff member? Is there a need for a full-time staff member in lieu of having a part-time, or?
The increase was actually moving the switch yard / special events person that used to be an admin is now in the
Okay.
community service. So it wasn't an
It's just a
additional
move.
position, it's just,
Okay.
yeah, positioning it.
Got it, okay.
And the second part of your question, I think at some point in the future, definitely a full-time person, because there's events planning year-round, plus the stuff that pops up, and so.
Yeah, I didn't know, I mean, I'm looking at the full-time salaries and it doesn't seem like it's a lot. So it seems like a lot of reliance on part-time, and I'm sure that there's probably some part-time employees that would love to move to full-time. So if that's something in the future that we could look at, I think it's important.
No, that's a good point.
Just going back to the duct cleaning, and maybe something we need to start looking at line item for all the city facilities. I'm looking up at these ducts, and they probably haven't been cleaned since this has been in here,
You're probably right, yeah.
so.
All right, I'm thinking about number 8, ADA lift, chair lift for the aquatic center. Is that, are we to the point where that is an ADA issue? Are we at some risk there for ADA exposure? Because it doesn't work or doesn't work well?
No, it's working now.
Okay,
But it's out in the elements, so it is something that's going to have to be. We have to have 2 points of entry to the pool, and that would be point number 2, so we need to have.
okay.
It's working now.
Okay, thank you.
Do we cover that in the off-season?
Oh, excuse me. Does it not have a cover when we're not using it? Do you-
We have it covered, yes.
Okay. Beer, you owe me one.
9, the buffing and waxing is recommended, so if we don't have that done, because we just spent a lot of money to get that refurbished, if we don't get this recommended, does it void a warranty or anything, or what's the negative side of not spending that $5,200?
After the first year of use, it's just gonna buff out any issues that might come up. So it's a preventative maintenance
Okay.
to finish out the first year of use.
How are the numbers at the aquatic center since the rate fee increase?
Probably about half,
Okay,
but we can get the specific to you. But we go in there in the afternoons and there'll be 13 people. We have 12 lifeguards, that's pretty good coverage.
yeah,
So knowing that this would probably be an issue, I looked at the numbers on Friday. So oddly enough, attendance is down, but oddly enough, revenues are about the same as they were last year. So with the increased fees, we're, earning about the same amount, but fewer people are, paying those fees, so.
We'll probably get used to it by this year. And
yeah.
they'll start going.
So we were down last year, so now we're down again this year compared to last year? Is that when we say that? So we're 2 years that we've dropped?
But we increased the fee, anytime you increase the fee.
Yeah,
you're
I
gonna
understand
have-
that, I'm just trying, again, because last year we said that people using the pool was down. And so again, this year we're saying people using the pool's down.
But it's because of fee increase.
It was expected, I feel like.
Yeah, we've had so many phone calls, we're not coming, we're not.
I mean, that's okay, I mean,
So,
it's a,
that could be part of that, it's not because it doesn't look good and it's not safe and clean.
And I think it's better for the employees that are working there if the demand is, if the volume is lower, it's providing a better quality service, at least. I feel like the lifeguards are,
so what do you mean by it doesn't look good and it's not safe?
No, it's not.
The decrease is not because it's not maintained.
Okay,
We've got
gotcha.
a great facility.
Yeah.
It's just, I think the price point hitting them, that increase was pretty shocking.
Okay.
Do we want to look at, what was it before and what did we go to? Somebody remind me.
I think we doubled it, because we doubled fees kind of
Yeah.
across the board.
It hadn't been increased since it had been open. My understanding is that day pass, traffic is somewhat consistent, but the season pass has been wiped out.
I mean, do we want to lower that a little bit? Not to where it was, but.
Well,
I mean, here's the tricky issue. It costs
Oh, I know.
it's a pennies on the tax rate, and it's a service, so it's like, and this is not unique to our pool, this is all similar pools. They're just costly. I think you're seeing a lot of HOAs that have pools having similar decisions, like, hey, can we afford
And
this?
I'm not expecting us to
Yeah.
make money on, make a profit on the
Yeah.
aquatic center. I just don't want to lose too much.
We just don't want
I
to lose any
people to
more.
use it.
Yeah.
We set a limit, we said that the citizens of Saginaw was willing to offset the cost up to $130,000 per year. And we haven't said anything about the CapEx, capital expense. The city also, citizens absorb that. So, I mean, I think that's generous. I think that's considering how often this service is used during the summer, things like that.
I mean, the costs have gone up. I mean, chlorine, I looked it up when some of these people were complaining. And the price of chlorine went up 70% since '21. I mean, chemicals have gotten expensive, labor's gotten expensive, you know.
I just feel like the alternative, what we're looking at is the alternative is we have a closed aquatic center that rots, and everybody drives by and says, why do we have this facility and nobody's using it, and why is it closed? And so you're in a situation where you're not gonna make everybody happy, and I feel like, as Councilmember Junkersfeld said, it's when people get used to it, I think it's gonna be better. I think if we just stick consistent for now, the revenue hasn't gone down much, it's about the same, so I feel like it's a fair trade-off, and it's just gonna improve, but I do feel like having pavilions and classes and renting out the facility after hours and things like that, if we can look more into that, it might help increase.
Yeah.
Mary, go ahead.
And talking about the pool, in the 5-year plan, page 85, the last item is to consider, expanding that pool. And I think, that is a big cost, but say 5 years from now, if we could maybe add that to a bond election or something, I think we would be more competitive with these other cities, and we would get more interest in the pool and, be able to justify the cost. So I think that is something we should be considering and thinking about, say, 5 years from now.
I'm not in competition on something like this. I'm absolutely not in competition with other cities. I'm trying to provide a extracurricular activity for better lack of words, in a lot of cases, it'll be lower income citizens who one, can't afford to go to NRH 2.0 or these other more expensive, or two, have a pool in their backyard, or the HOA doesn't already have a pool. And, to me, that's what this is bringing that service, and I realize that and want to do it. But there is a dollar amount that, to me, that we can only get, and last year we set it at $130,000. And I think that is reasonable. I mean, to offset that, and people can complain, but just like Paul said, you go through this budget, every single thing is increased, electricity, water, you name it, it's increased. And we can fund all of this. We can say, oh, it's 100%, but okay, let's take her down to zero, and then the council's got to find $130,000 somewhere else in this budget to cut. Or we go to all the citizens, and you take that and you say, we're going to now not 7.2%, but whatever that is, we're going to increase your taxes more to cover this. That's only two knobs we got.
So that was gonna be my next question is, could we look at what it would look like if we decided to subsidize it wholly and go to the citizens for a tax increase and say, but it's to offer the aquatic center for free? I mean, I don't know, because then it's putting it back in the citizens' hands.
Then it would be probably a population, I mean, if it's free,
People would be screaming because you'd be at capacity and you'd have to turn people away and.
Yeah.
You'd be mad, it's like an event,
Yeah,
you can only do so much. I really just think it might just be sticker shock this year.
yeah.
Yeah, and the so-called competition's gonna be raising, like anything else, they're gonna be raising their rates, and now we're gonna have a bargain compared to what they're offering.
Because we don't plan on going up next year.
If the demand was super high, I would agree with you. I would say, yeah, we should look at expanding, but because we're not turning people away, it's hard for me to justify, it's a tough pill to swallow, to spend $6 million on a pool that nobody's using now.
So maybe competition was the wrong word. I'm just thinking if we could upgrade that and make it more like what some of these other cities are offering, maybe not to the extent of NRH 2.0, but just make it a more fun place to go. I think that is something we should consider.
How many other cities have aquatic centers? Does every city have an aquatic center? I mean,
A lot do, but not everyone, yeah.
A lot of them are private,
Cities
like,
had them for a long time, but then HOAs and
right.
they started putting their own pools in, and so.
And a lot of the HOAs are now, they put the pools in.
Right. and
For the
it's-
first 10 years, there's not a lot of maintenance. They're all now hitting maintenance. And
Yeah.
we've had HOAs come to the city and try to give us their pools. And we're like, no, we got our own to deal with. So it's, I've heard from multiple HOAs that the pool, that little thing there is the single biggest expense when you calculate everything up.
Sure, yeah.
And
no,
that's what we're facing here.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, you know, I know that we're not looking at comparing to other cities, but at the same time, that's the perception that we read on Facebook is, you know, well, this other place is cheaper, this other place offers more. Is that fact? Because
everything on Facebook is the truth.
right,
so.
exactly. So what are the facts? Are the facts that other cities do offer this and it is cheaper, or is it the same, or is it actually factual that they're not city facilities and they're just branded?
I can tell you a facility like NRH2O, which is not a great comparison, it was built to generate revenue to the extent that it can cover its costs, and it's just not a apples to apples comparison.
Right.
What is comparable would be like Fort Worth has neighborhoods with community pools, and they're in the same boat in that they're costly to maintain, but they serve neighborhoods and areas that don't have like an HOA pool, or they don't have the ability to go to Hawaiian Falls or whatever. So it's a,
And that's kind of what
it's
this
tricky.
is, because these over here, there's no HOA.
Right.
Where City Hall is, so.
Well, and I think even though it's a price increase, if you're buying a day pass and you're a resident, it's $10, right? And do you have any ballpark idea how long people stay? An hour, 2 hours?
Probably about 4.
4, okay.
Food, drink, they bring in.
Sure. So, I mean, I would say, again, no one likes price increases, but for what it is, you can bring your kids for a couple hours or more for $10. That's as
a
good
good
as we
value.
can do anywhere.
They can
And I
take-
haven't heard any complaints except for the family passes, and
That I get,
Yeah, and I
but
get that too, you know,
yeah.
if they're not gonna go, but then you gotta do your math, they have to do their math and figure out if it's gonna be comparable to buy it or not.
Maybe instead
And
of lowering the cost, maybe
We-
we do a sale.
We could look at the family pass. I think right now, what is it, family pass is
Four.
four? I'd have no problem and could support moving that, because my family, I had 4 kids, me and my wife, so if all of us went, it was 6. I'd have no problem moving it up to that, something like that, if that's really the problem.
I was just thinking,
The 350 by 4, by how many days are you open?
We're open from June 2nd to August 9th, 6 days a week,
Okay,
that's Saturday weekends.
Let's say
yeah,
29
I'm just thinking,
days,
Yeah.
that's cheap still.
I'm right there with you.
I'm thinking a sale, because I know with subscription model stuff, it's like, you know, if you buy the whole year, you get a discount, right? But sometimes they'll run like a Black Friday special type thing, and so maybe there's a way that we could, at the beginning of the season, say, if you buy it right now,
Early bird pass? or
early bird pass, if you buy it right now, it's $100 off, and then that is gonna,
$10 off or whatever.
it's gonna tempt people that, well, maybe it's not something that I would buy normally because it's too expensive, but if I buy it now, it's cheaper, and then you're kind of you're splitting the difference.
That might be something to look into.
If we had to close the pool
Yeah.
at all this year, I know in the past we've had some hot days that we've had to close because the pool deck was too hot or shortages of lifeguards, but if we,
No problems like that,
okay.
not yet.
What degrees what degree would you have to close it if it was too hot in Texas?
Like 113 that year.
Okay, I was gonna say, we don't need that many hot days.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I know that was one of the things people were complaining about, because in the past, we have had to close because of staffing issues or
Staffing,
things.
that's a different thing,
Yeah,
but,
but we haven't had that issue.
A couple of years,
yeah,
at
it's
least.
hard to say, yeah, since they got their raises up, that's
Yeah.
Well, I think that's important too, to note that that was part of the reason why we drove the increase, was because the lifeguards had said that if you cut it back, they're not gonna return because of the hours, they needed the hours. So I think I don't think reducing the fee is an option.
Somebody remind me, when was that pool built? No, it's
From the
early
IT
now.
department.
Mary?
I think,
I think 2006,
yeah,
2007, right in there.
2006.
Was it? Okay.
When was it?
He said 6 or 7.
2000 or 7?
I was thinking 7,
The daycare up there, but I
so it's almost 20 years old.
It is, yeah, it's right at 20, so. Okay, all right. We've had good discussion. Anything else on recreation, or this is, community services, sorry? Anything else here? We've got some thoughts. All right, let's go to library. Ellen's here, waiting patiently, maybe not patiently.
I don't think we should close the library.
She moved the clock so that it would go faster.
We traveled in time. Hey, this is our first budget that we've had the new library open, isn't it? Son of a gun.
If you haven't stopped by during the week, summer reading program, but it's hopping like usual. We've also managed to attract a roving scooter gang of 12 to 15-year-olds. They like to do wheelies and tricks, so anyway. They haven't harmed anyone yet, to my knowledge, but
They do a drive-by through the facility.
they did scoot through the facility, which we don't condone, but
Really? Oh, jeez. Not surprising.
that's probably going to impress the ladies. Hey, guess what I did?
All right, Ellen, you're here. Anything you want to add on your stuff?
I don't think I have anything, just that we love our building. It's, like Gabe said, it's busy all the time. Everybody loves it. We get all kinds of great comments when people walk in the door. They're just like, oh, it's great. This is the first full year that we've, the first year we've been able to plan for the new
Right.
building. So you'll see, I think the utilities are, scary looking and stuff. But yeah, we're just getting settled in and trying to adapt to being over there. So I'll answer any questions you have.
Have we got our punch list totally worked off yet?
We're still working on that. Lee's working really hard to finalize, warranty items and stuff like that. I know we've had workmen over there a lot lately, just trying to finish all that up. So still working on it, but it takes a while.
One comment I shared with Lee, my daughter, 17, she's being a preschool teacher, getting fold-down steps for the bathrooms for the children.
Ah, yes. I've seen the
Lee was gonna
emails
look
on
at
that. Yeah, we can look into that.
Yeah, we're looking at that. We're also looking at replacing some of the bathroom fixtures themselves that we've had some issues with. In the coming months, we should be able to finish up the playground equipment on the backside and hopefully get a backup generator installed. We're also looking at if there's any complaints about anything that we get on a regular basis, it's the landscaping. So looking at getting basically an extended warranty from the landscaping company that put that stuff in to extend a maintenance contract for this coming year and see how that works. But other than that, it's we're getting, like Ellen said, we're getting all the warranty issues wrapped up here shortly and should be in good shape.
So did they come in and fix the landscaping issues?
Well, we've been able to maintain them between our public works folks and the landscaping company.
So let me ask this, we got a warranty, so I know after we put it in, there was weeds that grew up everywhere. So was that a warranty item, or was that just the way it is?
That was not covered under the warranty, neither was plants that died from freeze or something like that. Now,
Okay.
they replaced a lot of plants that just died for no reason.
Then my next one is, why are we extending the warranty?
Well, because they'll come out, it's actually, I've talked to Randy about it, it's actually not a bad deal. Will probably save us some money from what Public Works has had to supplement, like a couple of weed sprays and some weed pulls and some mowing and stuff over there that would be covered under that extended warranty.
Okay, so we're having that added to the extended.
Right, they're having to do a lot of that now, or we'll have to take it on at the end of the warranty period.
And how long would the extended warranty last, do we think? 3 year, 1 year?
Right now, we've just gotten a 1-year bid on it.
Okay.
And So, and this is kind of came in late, so it's not included in, right now, into the budget. But talking with Chief Spears, the firefighters are performing a lot of landscaping maintenance at Station 1 over there. So I've asked for another bid from the landscaping company that could do the library on the extended warranty to add the fire station in on that as well, see what that would cost us.
Council has asked, I know, for the last few years, when we get the mowing warranty, the mowing contract, to get a separate landscaping one, just totally separate, not have it with, you know, because it seems like it's a totally different skill set to have landscaping taken care of than just mowing. Well, it seems like, I mean, all of our landscaping for all, I think you said we have 11 buildings, all 11 buildings should be done.
We did get a cost last year, I think it was 90,000, I believe the cost was.
Yeah.
Just for a landscape company to do all of our landscaping around all the facilities.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, because there's pre-emergence that they can put in and things like that. I mean, it definitely is a different skill set, and what I've seen in the industry is if you group those together, one or the other ends up slipping. If you get guys that are good at mowing, they're not so great at landscaping. You get guys that are good at landscaping, they're not so great at mowing. So it's, yeah.
I mean, is that something we could look at? I mean, you said it was 90,000?
90,000 was our cost.
Okay.
Got an estimate.
That's the estimate we got.
Yes.
And right now, it's just included into our mowing, right?
So we have a new mowing contractor who, by the way, if you hadn't noticed, this does the parks, is like awesome. I mean, really awesome. Unfortunately, the person that got the company that got the facility mowing, not so awesome. And that person, that company was supposed to be doing the flower beds, and Paul has been riding them like crazy, just, you know, to get things mowed, much less the flower beds. So, I think at the end of the year, before the end of the year, we're gonna remove those folks that are doing the facility and roll it in with the other folks and let them mow it. We've talked to Brandon, and we can do that. So that's what we're in the process of doing right now.
Okay. I'm just sitting here trying to think, okay, I know that we get constant complaints of the way the landscaping looks around our facilities. You're having to pull resources off that need to be doing other things to do this. And I'm sitting here trying to think, well, okay, 90,000 sounds like a lot, but you're talking about 11 big buildings. When you calculate it all out, it may not be a bad deal. I don't know.
Well, the other thing too is when I talked with the I forget his name, but the gentleman who's the supervisor over all the contractors that do all the mowing.
Paul?
Yeah, he said that if they don't do a good job, they don't cut a check that week. Like, it's just, you know, so if they're not mowing the facility properly, they don't get paid.
Yeah.
So, and it's not like they can come back and say, well, we came back and fixed it. Well, you get paid for this week, but not last week. So,
Yeah, I mean, it almost seems like you said, you're either gonna get good landscaping or you're gonna get good mowing, and the guys who's doing the mowing, it's almost like they throw the landscaping in as we'll do that too. But it's not their forte.
Right. I think maybe at the end of the year, it would probably be best for the city just to go out for just a landscape only bid. That's what we have. We have a landscaping contractor that does all that, and then you have a mowing contractor.
Yeah.
And hopefully can retain this one that we have right now.
I would think in the landscaping contract too, we'd have some very detailed things like they clean the flower beds in the spring, they remulch them, you know, things like that, and in the fall. Specific, you have to do these things.
yeah, there needs to be chemical treatment and mechanical treatment.
So,
All right, back to other questions for library for Ellen.
no, sorry. See,
No, landscaping is important.
Yeah, Mary, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a comment about the library. Over the years, I've been impressed over the fact that they can offer such a variety of services, not only to Saginaw, but to the surrounding community, free. And I think a lot of that has to do with our really strong library booster
Absolutely.
organization. They do such a good job in fundraising, and I just, you know, am very impressed by their ability to offer so much at such a reasonable cost.
Yes, and since we've been in the new building, the boosters, we've gotten a lot more members in the boosters, and also, they've just had all these great ideas for ways they can help us in the future, so we're looking forward to that as well.
I think I heard, didn't we make a lot more money this year in our,
It was about twice as much
That's
on the
what-
last book sale as we've ever had before, so, of course, it was a lot bigger.
right, yeah.
It was very
Right, go
crowded.
ahead.
I just have one question. It's probably mentioned in here and I just missed it, but why did salaries decrease?
Decrease?
$124,000. Did that get moved to a different? I'm sorry, never mind. It helps when I'm on the right tab.
I thought we had an increase of salaries,
jump
that's our
ahead.
part-time position, but that's being paid for from the donations fund. As
I think you gave Ellen a heart attack there for a second. She didn't
Don't
think we cut her budget, so.
I have a question in a few
Oh,
minutes.
no.
Good to get ahead of yourself. That's okay. All right, any other questions for Ellen? Your libraries.
So Ellen, I know that you was looking at getting one of those CNC machines, right?
Sort of, like on a small scale.
Yeah.
That's just the craft version. But yeah, we haven't got that installed yet, but we do plan to have a couple of different sort of craft-type machines available for public use.
And that's, I guess that's just covered then. I didn't see it spelled out here, so it must be covered under.
No,
the general fund.
those, let me think, probably are coming from the donations fund, but we
Okay.
didn't
Yeah.
list them out
I
specifically.
remember it was, when she mentioned, I was thinking big, like around.
No.
And she's,
Small size.
I immediately went big, ooh, I
Desktop.
like that, you know?
And do we have a 3D printer now?
That's also coming soon. Yeah, we intend to have one probably towards the end of the summer.
Yeah, I actually, in the meeting, I told her to come talk to you, because you had one.
Yeah,
No, I have a laser engraver, but yeah.
those are cool too.
Had you done, somehow I knew that you had done some research or something with printers, 3D
Yeah.
printers. I can see me over there playing with those.
All right, other questions for Ellen? All in, all done? Thank you, Ellen. Appreciate it. Keep up the good work. Now we are inspection and code enforcement. Now Brack has questions, right?
Yes, we have a $124,000 decrease to salaries, and I was just wondering where that went.
That was due to the elimination, I guess, of one position. When the chief building inspector retired, they gave up one position, and then there were some changes in salaries too. That, you know, when someone retires, they usually have a higher salary, and the person replacing them comes in a little lower.
Okay.
I've got a few things on the first 3 of the 4 requests.
I have the fourth one.
So the upfitting of the vehicles, it's a safety thing. I don't know if it's something maybe we can do a little less in-house with our in-house mechanics, but I think it's something we need to look at. This International Building Code, this should be a no-brainer. I mean, we do this every 3 years, and it's keeping up with the current standards. And then the iWorks subscription and stuff, there's some key things in here. Manual, time-intensive, error-prone processes. Let's try and be more efficient. If we can help them out, let's do it.
Number 4, why would you want to replace SHIP with an alternative incentive plan? Is it?
Yeah,
Uh,
Chris, you want to come to the microphone?
I can explain it.
Oh, Chief.
The SHIP program hadn't proved to be what we expected it to be, and the real hurdle is for us to be able to expend public funds for a improvement, they have to show an improvement in their values of their home, so that's a pretty large hurdle. HUD offers a program where they have a lot more latitude. It is some matching funds for us, it's in coordination with the city, but they manage the program, So for instance, if somebody needed a brand-new hot water heater or something, that's a minimal one, but HUD has the ability to do that, where the SHIP program doesn't necessarily be able to do that. So it opens up the variety of what you can help somebody home improvement with. It takes away that barrier of the increased value of the home. There are matching funds for the city, so that's what we're talking about, using an alternative program. Talking to staff, discuss this with Gabe, I think it would be much more beneficial. The building officials, code compliance people will have a better tool in their toolkit when somebody needs some assistance to offer that to them or tell them about this program. So that's what it is. It's really just shifting it.
So it's just gonna improve it, that's a good.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I was asking, I didn't know what.
Oh, go ahead, Mary.
So, and would they be eligible for assistance in more areas than what SHIP provides?
Yeah, I think it would be citywide if the city chooses to do that. I don't think there's any areas where that doesn't fit.
Okay. Because
It's not-
it seems like the SHIP program was a little bit, there wasn't a lot that you could use it for. So
Restricted.
now this would expand that.
It's just a better program overall. If we promote it, I think we'll have more participation.
Yeah.
And particularly, again, giving staff a tool to promote to people when they do need some assistance.
Has quite a few people done the SHIP program since you started it?
Chris, do you have an idea, meaning,
I mean, just a guesstimation, I know you can't get it perfect.
I,
or Kim even?
I think we've only paid 4. Unfortunately, it was just the timing of it, right? When, after we approved it, just so happened values started going down. So even if they did make an improvement, the overall values were going down. They didn't have an increase, which they needed in order to, you know, get the payout. There's still a few applications out there, but that if they do qualify and when we do get the values after, it has to be a year after the completion of the project, we can look at. But it's also complicated by the fact that TAD is no longer valuing residential every year. So it's every 2 years, every other year. So it's just,
It's cumbersome.
it's cumbersome, and it's really, there's very few people that will benefit from the SHIP program the way it is right now. So there are just a lot of factors.
Have we tied in much to Tarrant County? I know they have a couple of programs for, I know, air conditioners and some other home repair. Have we worked with them much, and have they been successful?
Not to my knowledge, no. And I don't know if Tarrant County steers them through this HUD program. I know the county's probably a participant in it with much of the municipalities, so I think everything is tried to funnel it through there, so it gets matched with federal dollars to make the most benefit of it, but not anything like that now. As our own city, if there was a need that we were aware of, we would use our own resources to get that accomplished somehow. We wouldn't.
I mean, I know the county has money for air conditioners, like room, you know, wall units or window units for folks that don't have those, so that's an option. I thought we had connected them before, and they have some other things as well, a couple of things. It's under James McClinton's group, so that's something we should at least touch base with. I mean, I've talked to the mayor's council, but I can hook you up with those guys, and they can explain it much better than I can.
Okay. I know staff, they're really good about if they encounter somebody really struggling, that's a discussion of how we can accommodate them.
Okay.
I would defer to Chris to know if they encounter those situations on a regular basis where somebody needs an air conditioner.
Yeah, so options are out there from the county. Other code questions?
I'd like a little bit more information on item 3. So this iWorkQ, does this get me where I can actually request a permit or something online, go online, totally do it, fill it out, submit it, and then get the approval or denial back? 100%
Correct.
without having to go in?
There's kind of a process to do that now, but it uses 2 different software programs and really relies on email back and forth documents and transferring documents in-house. This is a program that encompasses all that and makes it much easier tracking of the data. It's a much better customer experience, scheduling inspections, tracking all that, the invoicing. One option we have, we didn't really discuss this with staff, is we lowered our rental inspection fee from $125 to $100. If we increased it just $5 for each particular one, that covers the cost of this software that we're talking about. So that could be an option that we encounter, or an option that we use to fund this program.
So, just so I understand this program and thing, so Ann, my wife, just a couple months ago, requested 2 permits, okay, for me to do stuff. I could literally done all that online without ever having to step into a building.
This is specifically for the rental program permitting part.
Oh,
we're
this
talking
is
about.
just the rental program?
Correct.
Well, then
It
absolutely.
it does tie into our permitting process also, but the biggest benefit, and the reason we're requesting this is to benefit the rental program.
Well, then, if it's just for the rental program, then I absolutely agree. Raise it $5 and let's get it in here. That's the thing, council 3 or 4 years ago said that the rental program had to cover its own expenses. And if this makes it easier to do it, then what do we have to do to make that happen? Raise it $5 and get this? Do we need to?
Council can say, make it happen.
We'll look at that calculation. I didn't finalize it until we were sure we knew what was all gonna be included. But yes, we do that calculation every year and determine what the fees should be to make sure that it's, not being subsidized.
So is all the council in agreement with this?
I think everybody's good with it. Yeah, absolutely.
Back to Kim's point, we'll see where we are with the rentals
Yeah,
and make
okay.
sure we're not generating revenue, because
Yeah.
that's not what we want to do. There may be capacity, and if not,
Yeah.
you're saying we have the capacity to go forward and increase
Yeah.
it, whatever.
Yes,
Yeah.
you have that, absolutely.
Absolutely.
That sounds good.
Well, and then that goes back to upfitting the vehicles as well, because those vehicles, aren't they used for these inspections?
They are, it used to be all the city vehicles got emergency lighting on them, or just some, I won't say emergency lighting, but notification lighting on them. Kind of went away with that from the cost. These 2 particular vehicles for the code staff, they make frequent stops, sometimes in the roadway. Not only is it a safety issue, but it lets people know there's some city staff there. It announces their presence on scene. Other than that, it's just their uniform or the emblem on the door. So this lets them know there's somebody official there doing something when they do make a stop.
And then the other thing, if we don't adopt this international codes, what's the
Well, we'll have to
ramifications
find a
of
way
it?
to fund that. That's something that we just have to do. We skip one cycle, so we do it every 6 years. That's the trend amongst most of the cities, is the new codes come out every 3 years, but we generally go every 6 years to do that, because it's a big changeover to adopt new codes. Sometimes it's not worth the cost or the effort, because there's minimal changes. Correct.
So are we saying that, I mean, right now, these are not funded. Are we saying we're gonna have to fund these in 2025?
26.
The codes will have
I mean,
to figure, we'll
2027.
have to figure out a way to fund the codes. That's just a necessary thing, we have to do that. In fact, if we don't keep up on some level with the model codes, we get dinged for that, the city does.
Okay.
Yeah, number 2, let's do it. I think we'll put it in the budget. Everybody okay with that? Yeah,
We just gotta find, that's another 5,000.
we can make that work.
Yeah, well, remember, we got 20 plus 35, now 5, so
We got
it's
some more, I know, we got more money, but.
I'm assuming Kim's keeping track of this for us.
She's got an abacus over there.
Brack?
I want to go back to the SHIP program. So if we replace it, do we already currently allocate funding for the SHIP program?
No, the ship was funding just year to year, so it wasn't part of the ongoing budget,
Oh, okay,
yeah.
okay.
So that being in there, we would fund it up to that amount. Getting this HUD program, we can pick how much we want to participate in. I can send information out on that, but it does require a matching portion for the city.
And do we have, like, are you expecting to spend, if we went forward with it, would you expect to spend the 20,000, or are y'all expecting something less than that?
It's a decision, I would say, it kind of puts us in a predicament on this, because we have to go back with HUD and figure out where we're gonna be. If we approve that amount, we could always look at it and see if we could fund up to that amount or less. I think it's a per project amount, I think something like $5,000, so we could pick 4 projects at $5,000 threshold. They may not spend up to that amount. So,
And you said that HUD controls that?
Yes.
So,
It's actually managed through the county as a HUD program.
so it's kind of like when you're searching for a deal, you have to have the cash. We're authorizing the cash for them to spend up to that amount. It's the way that I'm understanding it.
Correct. And that wouldn't go forward until we bring that program back and everybody knows what it is, and we get formal participation formal approval to participate in the program from you.
Okay.
Anything else on code, inspection, code enforcement? All in, all done? All right, moving to animal services. Questions, comments on animal? All right, I have a bit of a question, Finance, about our existing shelter. What are we gonna do once we move out, move the new one? What happens to that building? What needs to happen? Just tear it down?
Tear it down.
I think so. Is that probably the solution?
It's not gonna be good for anything else.
There's nothing we can salvage or anything we can salvage for or store, I don't know.
No, I think it's outlived its usefulness.
Okay.
I mean,
Sure, they'll probably take what they can use, but,
Sure,
you know.
but I'm talking the structure itself.
yeah.
$5 a swing with the sledgehammer, and the proceeds go to the animal shelter fund.
Yeah,
I wanna drive one of those big dumping bulldozers. Okay.
So I had a question. So I got an email from a citizen, and I'm sure some of the other council people did too. So I'd heard before that the revenue, what we get from Blue Mountain offering those services, we charge them a flat fee, and then we also collect fees, right, whenever there's fines and things like that. So can you talk about that and how much we collect in total, not just the $3,000 flat fee, but also?
Yeah, sure. In addition to the $3,000 annual contract, we collect any fees that are associated with an impounded animal from Blue Mountain. So that's adoption fees, impound fees, medical issues. Occasionally, a Blue Mountain citizen will bring an animal over for an EU. We charge them for that. So we collect all that. That accounts for another, it's over $3,000 on the average every year, in addition to the contract amount. The city of Blue Mountain takes any pet registration fees and citations that are issued, fines from citations. They turn around and use that to pay our contract or to supplement it. Recently, we have met with officials from Blue Mountain and agreed with them to adjust a couple of things on the existing contract. One is it'll be paid essentially in advance for each fiscal year beginning in October so this October the amount will come due. And they have agreed to for us to increase that contract annually at a rate of about 5%. Will be sort of negotiable every year, perhaps, depending on the economy, but we're going to have just a built-in, kind of an understood increase as we go through each fiscal year.
Okay. Thank you for addressing that.
And the fee is $3,500?
It's $3,000. We started at $1,500. We doubled it about 3 years ago to $3,000. And then beginning this October, we'll be pushing that up about 5% a year.
Which is $150, which is not much. I want to address briefly, because we've heard folks, citizens say, oh, we should charge Blue Mountain more, we should charge them $50,000, something ridiculous like that. A, they don't have it. B, I don't know if that's right to do. If we did nothing, we'd still be taking care of Blue Mountain animals. They're going to cross the street. So it's in our best interest to do this. Can we collect more money from them? Probably not much, maybe a little, but it's not going to pay for itself completely. We're still doing a service with animals. And if we don't do it, we'll just be overrun with more animals. So, and I don't know what's going to happen with our new shelter. We may get more animals coming in from other places too, but it's something we need to keep an eye on. But that whole situation with Blue Mountain, we're not going to ever make a lot of money on it. but it's something that we need to do, and I think it's in our best interest to do it. So,
I just think it's good we have a mechanism to increase as we're going along. I mean, I think it's good because having it fixed for $3,000 a year in perpetuity is kind of worrisome.
I asked a couple of years ago, and I'm assuming it's still a thing, that what they're paying for the service we're providing is covered. And they're not putting, with that, it's not putting any undue burden upon our animal shelter employees. Is that still the case?
That's roughly the case. I can't guarantee that we cover every dollar, but every animal that we impound is covered.
It's covered, right. Yeah.
So we haven't analyzed it down to how many days their animals
Yeah,
stay
I
in the
mean,
shelter.
you're gonna spend more effort and cost doing that than doing it, but roughly, thumb rule, it's thing. And I know that it's, like I say, last year or whatever, the manager over the animal shelter, he said, yeah, it's good and covered. He's the type of guy, I think if he wasn't, he would have spoke up.
Yes.
So, I mean, with that being said, we all have seen on the internet where there's like $60-some thousand. I mean, that's great. Two is, one, I think you need to treat your customers, or not your neighbors fairly. And I don't look at any other city as us to try to make money off of them.
Right.
And so to me, as long as we can break even and we're not putting an undue burden upon our employees and our facilities, then we should be okay. And that's why I'm glad to hear the 5% annually to value. It seems like it's good.
do we TNVR any cats in Blue Mountain?
We do. They actually started a program before we did. And the numbers are, equivalent to the population differences. I think we've trapped and released over 100 feral cats in our city this year already.
Okay.
So it's probably about 10 to 15 over there.
That's great. Good, glad.
Mary has a question.
Oh, Mary, go ahead.
Also, we do collect other revenue from Blue Mound, isolated fees from them. So that's something, that a lot of people don't realize. And the special request is such a small amount that it's a no-brainer. I think the Animal Services knows what they need, and it's such a small amount that I think that should be incorporated into the budget, for sure.
For me, for these, I would leave that up to Lee Howe and Gabe. This is their budget, and it's not funded, so if they are gonna fund it, I would expect them to tell me where they're gonna find that money.
Especially, I would be hesitant to make any staffing changes until we get the new building and see, because I don't want to, like you said, come to the trough once. I don't want to keep, hammering away at chiseling away at a problem that's actually a larger problem. If we get this new facility and we need way more than this, I'd rather go to it once.
Yeah.
Well, I might just add, so the special request that you see on there, that's actually a net deduction in the numbers of employees. We had a part-time shelter tech quit, moved to a better paying job, and we're just taking the funds from that part-time and combining it with another part-time to make a full-time position, and not replacing that part-time position at the moment. The other thing is something we've been talking about, the lead shelter tech. We did that with the ACO position last year, I believe, and created a lead ACO position. Same thing with the shelter tech. It's just something for, it actually helps toward retaining. We were on that subject earlier at the police department. it helps give those employees something to work toward, to get a little bit better of an incentive of pay is all that is. And so it's, and we had the part, probably the full-time position that would be combining of the two part-time positions would go to one of our employees that's been a long-term part-time employee who's also had to kind of shop around and had a second job. So we'd like to retain her. She's an exceptional employee, and we'd like to keep her in the staff.
Mary, go ahead.
To clarify, I believe I'm right, but tell me if I'm not. You would be requesting, they would be requesting this whether or not we were getting a new animal shelter.
Well, that's correct, yes. And so, yeah, and it's not a net addition of employees. So we are going to wait until we get open in the new shelter and assess that before we ask for more.
So the combination of the two part-time to one full-time, that's part of the special request?
Yes,
So it's
that's
not
correct.
currently funded?
Right, that's the number 2. It's not an additional staff member.
So here's the thing, these two ends up being, if you do them both, $7,935. Again, I push that back on you and Gabe to, I mean, if you wanna fund it, and come up with the budget and bring it back to us. I mean, it's your department.
I mean, I've asked in the past, why do we consider those requests that are $2,000? That should be something that staff could handle. I don't think anything under 10,000 should come to the council, honestly. I think the small numbers, we should figure out how to do it. If it's important, figure out how to find the money, but, or not do it, right. But $2,000 is that worth us, I don't want to say worth us talking about, it is, but it's pretty small.
Yeah.
It should be just part of daily operations. That's how I view it.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. I mean, we've got a proposed budget that Gabe and his team has put together. And unfortunately, right now, if I read this right, because I got not funded on, these two aren't funded.
Correct.
So I guess I'm pushing back. I'm perfectly happy. It's just, you all got to figure out how to fund it.
Right. If it's a true need. That's the question is, if it's a need, then put it in. If it's not.
Yeah, right. If
If we need it, we need it.
yeah.
All right, anything else, animal services? Let's go to fleet. Not a lot in fleet.
I think it's all hard.
Our fleet's under you, right, Cowboy?
Fleet was good.
It was.
So, musical chairs moving things around, we had a change, our sort of hard act to follow. The person that replaced Jeff Mayhew is no longer with us. We're kind of in between. We've got one mechanic, not a manager position, and then we've got a summer helper who I'm told they're both doing great. So right now, Pedro will regret these words. He said, "Hey, can I take on more responsibility?" And I said, "Boy, howdy." So Pedro's kind of handling fleet in the interim. Without our fleet manager position, we're having to send some repairs out to, what are we using, the tire store, some local folks. But they're keeping up with day-to-day maintenance. These items, my personal opinion is I don't doubt that we need them at some point. I kind of want to wait until we get our permanent fleet manager in to make these decisions and, see what we need to add.
So are we interviewing for a new fleet manager right now?
Yeah, we'll post that pretty soon.
Okay.
The two guys, like I say, Leo and, is it Jimmy James? Yeah, I like that
Yeah,
name, Jimmy
Jimmy.
James. But they're doing a great job just keeping up with oil changes, tires, and really PD. I mean, PD's as a chief there, they're keeping them in business between police and fire. That's the vast majority of the fleet stuff, so.
We got to keep those cars running, so.
Yeah.
Understand. All right, anything else, fleet?
Just one thing, I did get asked a question by a citizen, whatever happened to our total vehicles due to that accident over by the depot?
Total vehicle, do you know?
Did that all go through their insurance and it didn't cost us anything?
Those code cars that were run over, the guy hit in the middle of the night, and
Yeah, insurance total. Insurance totaled them, they.
Yeah, insurance
So
told them. They
everything?
came and towed them all away. They took
Yes.
possession of them.
Right, so what
So
he's
what
asking
did
is
it cost the city?
what was the cost to the city on that?
It was 200, I don't know if it was $250 per vehicle. I'd have to look and see. But, just for the beginning of it, and then they're going after them, so I don't know what the status is on the claim. They're going after the person that hit it.
Okay. But for us, it was $250. There were 7 vehicles, right?
Yes.
So we're talking about $1,700? Okay.
Yeah, we offset the cost of replacements because some of them were a little higher than what we were replacing
Yeah.
due to age. We minimized one vehicle as well because we lost a position, so that's how we, pretty much a wash across for the cost.
And are they being parked there now, is the other question.
They're parked farther back.
They're back on the back.
They're not parked at the front, they're parked at the
Now
back.
they're gonna get hit by a train.
Well, if that happens, it's
let's
probably
not
gonna
do
take out
that.
that building, so that's not good.
Pretty soon, hopefully, they will be off that and they will be here on this parking lot.
Yeah, I don't want to hear any more conspiracy theory nonsense that we're covering up or anything, because that's crap. I trust our employees and I trust our police officer, honorable folks, covering up some other person's mistake. So that is internet nonsense that we should not give credence to. All right, we're in economic development now.
The hotel feasibility study, I saw that wasn't funded, but is that something we can fund through the hotel motel tax?
It's not. I think that potentially we can look at like mid-year. You know, again, we kind of talked, there's still some unknowns. The big unknown we mentioned earlier was health insurance, then we're adding some things, but no, it is not eligible.
I think that's something we want to do. It's not, maybe not today.
Yeah.
Not urgent, but it's important to do it eventually.
I could have swore that I thought that Brent said that the feasibility study could be done under that.
That's what I thought too.
I'll double check. I don't think so, but I'll ask again.
Can you ask him?
Because the test with hot tax is heads and beds. Does it study make people come here? No. I mean, if you get a
They
hotel.
can't come here if there's not a
Yeah.
bed.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, and I
no,
think
I'll follow up on that. Happy to.
And if I remember correctly, at the work plan, he had said that he was just waiting on vendor quotes,
Right.
so.
Yeah, some of the other, of course, not adding anything here, you know, trying to think. Our Blue Dot would be our Saginaw Rewards program. I believe part of that is. That's been going pretty well. We want to do that again next year. Some of our data analytics is super useful, especially for events, that sort of thing. Building improvement grant, one pitch I would make for economic development is it's like planting trees. It takes a long time to enjoy the shade and that sort of thing, but our building improvement grant we're on year 7 or 8 now.
7, yeah.
You know, now we can look back and it's really making a difference. Each little one on their own probably doesn't, but like if you all recall our last council meeting, which I'd like to recognize Mr. Lawson. I draw no conclusions, but you were absent and it was 34 minutes, sir. So,
We've already talked to that amongst the council. It was sort of obvious, but they didn't want to bring that up. Gabe.
I was home at dinner eating, you know, at 7. I felt guilty, but
And we put,
anyway.
we put Brack in charge of Nicky-isms and he didn't come up with any.
No, it just, one of the applicants that the council approved, I think this was their 3rd approved request, just down the street on McElroy. It's making a difference, and
You know, that's a good one. Maybe at
Good.
some point in this next year, we should do a review of the big project and just see, highlight ones we've done.
Yeah.
We forget. I'd love to see pictures, you know, before and after of, I don't know how many we've done, I don't know how much money we've spent. It'd be nice to just give a presentation on that, a summary of the whole project, the life of the project. and
Yeah.
Or even a
what we've
video.
accomplished. A video.
no,
Posted
video
on
would be great.
Facebook, and, I
No,
mean,
that's a good idea.
The Ashton, that mural is
I like it.
phenomenal.
I like
mean,
it, yeah.
it really as soon as they did it, I drove by
It's
and I was
pretty,
like,
yeah.
wow.
You can definitely tell. It's beautiful. Yeah, we need to highlight that. You're right. And a video sounds like a great way to do it. Highlight the council and then put it out there for folks as well. Other economic development questions?
One thing, and I want to address, Councilmember Copeland, Mary has asked for kind of an update about the overlay district. You know, we're starting to get into a situation where there's SUPs related to that, It may be helpful for the council to consider whether we want to continue with the overlay, because it's one of those things, if you don't enforce it, why have it? It's been 8 or 9 years since it was adopted. The thought at the time was to differentiate between like Fort Worth, Maine, and the buildings and look there as you come into Saginaw. So I think naturally, because the price of property, you're gonna see some of the uses that are gonna be more commercial, change. And, maybe I talked with Abra briefly. She said, of course, she's like the world's greatest planner and can explain things in things that are easy to understand. But we may look at if the council's interested, a specific zoning district specific to the boulevard. That way the council can put protections in place that you may want to see. So, yeah.
And something you need to think about is, on the boulevard, most of that property that's owned is owned by people that are older, and they've had it a long time, and it's family owned.
Sure.
They're not gonna get rid of it in the next 5 or 10 years, I promise you. It's not gonna happen. And
I mean,
so
there's
y'all
very
need to
few
think about
parcels
that
on the boulevard.
Before we turn these big people down, y'all need to stop and think that they're not gonna go anywhere for a while. That it's not, because they've owned it for so long, so
Yeah.
I'd be real careful.
Sure, it's real simple. It's change or more of the same.
Yeah, it is.
You want to leave it the way it looks, or do you want to look at changes? So one of the items not funded, of course, is as we get to being built out, is to look at redevelopment. Redevelopment generally is more costly. It can include utility relocations and demolitions and that sort of thing. That may be something we talk about in the future. And then a number of other items that weren't funded, but I feel like we're making good progress with economic development.
All right, any other economic development questions? All right, moving on to information technology. Greg is here, ready to answer questions, so any questions, comments for IT?
Can we dump Spectrum and go to AT&T Fiber?
AT&T Fiber, and about after we get kind of the switch over from our current SDW system over to Orbital Government, we will redo all of our infrastructure of the way I do now. We have a bunch of points down because we have a centralized financial system here in this building. Once that's cloud-based, we'll need that. So you will improve everybody's internet dramatically because we'll have a 1 gig search at each location, and it'll actually be almost $1,000 cheaper. And I had to find the phone system that we just switched to yesterday from a plastic sure it's a different number to the account. We are changing. Things will change.
Okay. Another thing, I think it would still be under IT. A couple of weeks ago, we got a notice about the key reader system not working, and now it seems to be working. Is this something that we need to get figured out?
This is part of, I asked money last year, and so that goes to a bigger problem. All right, so that we're still working on this library building, and that was part of the whole thing. We were going to expand this system to be across. We were going to replace the stuff with the jail, because that's our jail access control system, and integrate this in with the access control system we put over here. And that was money I asked for last year. But we're still working on bucket punch list that were here. So we haven't moved on from that. And that's why this hasn't been done. But this is part of that whole infrastructure thing where we were going to have everything the same. So if you had a key card here, your key card here, 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 and here would all be part of the same thing. And you could control it at one thing, and you could control the cameras throughout those things. Unfortunately, we still got a bus list over there, so we have to really move forward with that. But yeah, answer that question overall, this was all part of that. And this just happened to happen. You know, it can happen anytime. I mean, something like that should happen, the building could get struck by lightning and all that kind of stuff could fry. I mean, I did order physical keys, so we have physical keys. And nobody likes that idea, and I don't really like it either. But what we were going to have to go to, it just had started working again, and it just randomly started working again.
So the physical keys are just too hard to control.
I don't like it either. But
So is the punch list over, is it just standard issue stuff we're working through, or is there a fundamental problem?
it's a lot of the problems get addressed, and then we go back and we circle back to the kids. They're not really I mean, they dressed them. I look at it like hydro off. Like a lot of times somebody reports something, I go sit at their desk, we can't recreate the problem, and I say, I'm sorry, I can't fix your problem. It's not happening now, Aaron. That's the type of stuff they look at this building a lot is they see the problem because they're there every day. These people that are handling it, whether it be data resources or the number I'm blank on right now, they come out here and then the door cards are working or the bell over there's ringing and they don't have anything to fix that day. But we can't really write it off because it's an ongoing issue that happens. I wish you could just snap fingers and these things would work, but it's always like this. I mean, I've been doing this for 20 years and it's just right for a mass thing to do is our part is sorting out another tongues.
Other IT questions?
We talked about earlier, Nick had a question about the email network security expenditure and that increase.
So Darktrace did go up this last year. They increased their pricing, like everybody else increased their pricing too. If that's what we're talking about, Darktrace did increase. We use them for washing our nail, and we also use them for a kind of this device that sits over the land. It finds an anomaly below the land. So there's two parts of that that we came here for. I don't know which ways or they another price.
I'd say they went I think it's 36,000. I didn't know if it was the company that we hired because it just said security.
And it's Darktrace.
Okay.
Some of that,
Some other companies that you usually looked into, like Castle and some other ones, Darktrace. When we signed under Darktrace, they would consider the top. I mean, it just were. Everybody would say, well, you're going to somebody, go to Darktrace. They're the best. And I don't know if they are anymore. How that changes every few years.
Yeah.
When we signed up with SentinelOne for our antivirus, they were number one, and now CrowdStrike came on, and they replaced them. The CrowdStrike got bumped off, and it's all exchanging as far as that goes. But yeah, we use Darktrace. I feel comfortable with Darktrace. Like you said, there might be somebody Shiba, but they're going to raise their prices too in a couple of years. There'll be some longer after a rate to get you in, and then stick it to you a couple of years later and say, no, you don't raise the prices 20% this year.
So, and then the internet expense went down. Can you talk about why that might be?
It went down. Well, AT&T owned us for a circuit that they were charging his score, so that went down. I'm waiting on about a $12,000 bump from them for that. They were charging us for a circuit that's cut off. One side of the circuit was cut off, and when we turned out, then they charged us for that part of the circuit, and it's a bundled bill. So it's hard to see this. When I saw the bill, it down $500. I thought it was more than that, but it's not on it. So then it went down to $500 you're talking about, and then we do another bump back for the other $500. Because the way they do it is a point-to-point circuit from each end, so that went down. I know it them whether we change the way we're doing things right now, but that'll be after we switch to port.
Other IT questions? Anything else for Greg? All right, thank Greg. Moving on. Emergency manager.
I've got a couple things on that. First thing, this backup power. We lose power and we lose communications. What do we do?
The generator, are you talking about the generator?
Yep.
That's specifically for the UHF repeaters, our old radio system. One of them controls the warning sirens. Right now, it has battery backup for long duration is where the generator kicks in. So not funding the generator, we'll just be more diligent about making sure the batteries are up. They have dual batteries up there. I couldn't tell you the amount of time it could run, but we have run on batteries before and set off the sirens consecutive times. Long-term solution, we probably need to change the generator so it's more reliable in the event the batteries, we miss a battery maintenance. But there is backup for it currently.
And then, I know we've gone a couple of years now without an emergency manager. It's probably coming down the next legislative session where we're going to be required to have one. But I would like to see us partner with TDM and at least sit down with Fire, Public Works, Finance, and sit down and figure out what we're missing. I know one of the things is a disaster pay plan, that if you don't have that in place, you don't get any money for labor back from FEMA if there's a disaster. And there's a few other things too that are missing, and I think it's something we need to sit down, take a look, figure out what we need, and it's not stuff that's gonna cost us anything, it's just a matter of making sure we have our ducks in a row.
The emergency management is coordinator is a critical position, and I agree, much like you are, it's gonna be forced upon us at some point. We've seen the disasters around the city and how big a role emergency management plays. Every city has got priorities, right? And fortunately, the emergency management coordinator is one of those, like a tool in your toolbox. You hope to never use it, but at the point you need it, you gotta have it. There's nothing that would replace that portion. Historically, fire departments or the cities have relied on the fire chief to be that person, but you could see in a big disaster, the fire chief can't be two people. Emergency management coordinator coordinates all the city resources and brings all the departments together, and it kind of that liaison for that and every outside agency we would use. So in the future, it's definitely something that I think we need to heavily consider. It will be forced upon us at some point. I know, talking to the city manager in the future, not exposing anything we hadn't talked about as far as looking at some positions in the future for both the PD and emergency positions going to for a voter referendum. That's one of those positions that we might consider funding inside of that. All I can say, it's a critical role. We'll be fine in a disaster. We're gonna manage it just like we do every disaster, but there are many things that the emergency management provides, much the liaison with all the agencies, knowing who to call, when we need the resources, dealing with the county, the state, the federal government. It's kind of a expertise that no other position gets. Paul, you just went through the program, so you know how detailed it is.
I mean, one of the first questions that an IMT or emergency management team that comes in to assist the city is gonna ask is, where's your disaster pay plan? That's the very first question, and we don't have one in place right
Yep, for
now.
reimbursement, you have, that is a big part of what the emergency management person does, is as far as reimbursements during the disaster, after the disaster, because a significant disaster, we're still dealing with that 4 and 5 years beyond and trying to get reimbursements and every benefit from the, both the state and the government to help us recoup that cost that we incurred.
So even though we don't have a person that's their job, there has to be somebody in the city tagged that's, if an emergency, a single point of contact.
You're looking at him.
Okay, so I know that in companies, and we did it once a year, we had a couple big 3-ring binders, and they would do a simulation. The managers, directors would get called into a room, and then for you, it'd be you, and say, okay, we've got this emergency, and he would open up the book, and we'd walk through that emergency. Do we have a book like that here?
We do, we sign on to the county's emergency plan.
Mm-hmm.
We do have that, yes.
Do we ever do any simulations like that? Because I know at Motorola, we did it once a year.
We have not. That's an undertaking that this person would fulfill that position. We haven't had the
Which would be you.
bandwidth to do that. I'm sorry?
Which would be you right now?
Correct.
Okay.
And that's something that the state emergency management is encouraging all municipalities to do, at least a tabletop every 2 years.
So, I mean, is that, I guess my ask back to you, since I know you got 2 hats on, but since you're our emergency manager, person, what kind of risk are we putting our citizens in by not doing one of these desktop walkthroughs?
I don't say we're at risk. We could always be better prepared, is probably the way to look at it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of improvement we can make, not that we're not prepared to handle a situation. Right now, we would heavily rely on the county emergency management coordinator.
Okay.
And state resources, but again, coming in here, it's gonna take somebody walking hand in hand with them, lockstep, getting us through it.
And I guess I thought that was part of the reason we added your administrative person to do some of that, take some of that burden off you and Craver, so y'all have more time for this.
Free up some of my time to address some of these things.
Right.
Yes.
That's what I was hoping with that
Yes, sir.
position. Okay. Yes, Mary?
So I'm sure Chief Spears remembers maybe 2018-19, there was a big push to have an emergency manager. And professionals came in from outside, and do you remember that? We had a program where it was made clear to us that we needed one. Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Well, it made an impression on me, and it made it very clear that that is a necessity, in my opinion. And I was just wondering if something could be done mid-year to allow that to be funded, so that we could have an actual emergency manager. Do you think that would be feasible?
No, I think if we have capacity mid-year, probably priority-wise, and I know every new position we've talked about has its own merits, and really every department probably has some desires and needs, but I would, if you had asked me and we had capacity, I think we should add, if we're staffed, we should add sworn police officers.
Okay.
Doug mentioned the potential of, potentially in the future, and we're about ready to come up on the legislative session, and we'll see what the state does to cities. But the only way we could add significantly, because our budget's so tight, any amount of positions is probably to go to voters and to say, hey, we want to go above our 3.5%. I think the way you make that palatable is you say, hey, the only way we can expand clear priorities for every city, which are public safety and public works, is to add, emergency management coordinator, police officers, what have you. So that may be something in the future, because every year, the cost of doing the same, it goes up. And I know y'all know that, but as you have conversations with folks, it's not because we're all being wasteful or there's fluffy stuff in here. There's really not. It's just stuff goes up, same service,
So just a follow-up question is, do you believe that sharing that position with another city was a good idea or not?
I think it was a good idea. I won't say we ran into complications, but there's differing philosophies in how to use that person and what their workload should be. We didn't have any disagreements about it, but I think that's may have been led to the dissolution of it. Somebody wanted to go a different way, but they don't have an emergency management person in Lake Worth currently either, and I don't think they have any plans to fund one. They're kind of in the same boat as us. They know the importance of it, but it's a big ask to fund that position. So I don't know that another city would be open to it. I would promote us having our own in the future if we were going to fund that position. I think it needs to be solely a Saginaw employee, fully focused on Saginaw. I'm sorry, I may be reading into your question, but.
I actually spoke to both our previous emergency management coordinators, and they said that it was very difficult, not so much difficult, but it was hard because the two cities are so different, and allocating their time and stuff where it needed to be and everything, and that kind of stressed them out a bit, being able to do their job, and both of them said that ideally we should have our own.
And to add on to that, in the event of a significant disaster, weather disaster being the most prominent one, working for both cities and trying to manage that would be really difficult. So we would want them to be dedicated to our needs right then.
All right, anything else emergency management wise?
Just, to reiterate, I'd like to see us do an evaluation and sometime this fall and figure out what we need so on the record so that we actually make that happen.
All right, let's do communications and let's take a break. So communications.
The salary, is that Kevin's position going to full-time? Money well spent.
Yes, and the number one position on your summary doesn't show funded, but it is included in the proposed budget.
Money very well spent.
Other questions on communication? Yes, I think this is something we can definitely see the fruits of our labor there and the money we spend and how it's getting out there, and we're so much better off than we were getting the word out to the citizens and the folks in the area. It's really made a marked difference, and just the interaction and the feedback you get has been very positive. And it's helped not just, communication, it's helped the police department get a better face out there. It's helped fire, it's helped all our special events, so it's been a lot. We were overdue to beef up our communications department. Any other questions on that? Any specifics? Nothing? All in all done, and we are at 12:07. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 12:17. All right, we got everybody? All right, Senior Center. Senior Center's on you, under you, right, Lee? Oh, it's on you again? I can't get rid of Captain Saginaw, can we? All right.
Let's not close it.
I think you have, it's a great point. Leadership right there, that's what that is.
I had one general comment on Senior Citizen Center, is I've heard there's a huge uptick in senior citizens using the Senior Citizen Center, which is good. But I've also heard that there's a significant number of non-Saginaw senior citizens.
Yes.
And, from my understanding, it's putting a stress on the system, so I think we need to do something about that.
Fees.
So the-
I want to up the non-resident fee. Per the budget, it says raising the resident fee from 20 to 25. I would like to keep the resident fee the same, because they pay taxes, and up the out-of-town folks quite a bit.
I'm okay with that.
We're at 60 now.
Yeah, so the proposed budget has from 20 for residents, going from 20 to 25 annually, and from 60 to 75 for non-residents, so.
I would love,
Yeah.
I want to see it at
Hey.
120,
120?
$10 a month.
It is not.
I mean, that is not significant. But, and I want to see what that does to the membership. And if our membership continues to stay high, then that's going to cover some of the increased costs that we experience. And I agree. I think leave the resident fee at 20 and do 120
You do 100, everyone
for
100,
the,
120.
Yep, the residents paid for the building with their taxes, and they pay for the services with their taxes. I was there, I served lunch Thursday for their 4th of July thing, and, I mean, it was busting at the seams. Not only they eat in the big room, but all the other rooms that people were eating and everything, and there was a lot of people, non-residents and stuff that are there, and, I hate to, if it gets to a point where we have to start turning some of our residents away because of
Yeah.
capacity
Right.
from these other people.
Here. So everybody okay, keeping the resident fee at 20? Raising the non-resident fee to 100, 120? What do we think?
120.
What do y'all think?
Yeah, I'm perfectly happy with it.
120?
I'd like to hear from Randy, since it's in his ballpark. Any reason why you wouldn't do that?
None at all. I can tell you that, the Betsy Price one they just built, right over here, the folks don't go to it because they don't offer any programs. So they're all filtering in over here because we have things that they want to do. And so that's the reason why. So I think raising the rate for the non-residents is a great thing because, I mean, that's who's there.
Yeah.
Randy, would that pay for a new employee?
I don't think so.
You know how many they have, how many non-residents are enrolled now? Do you know?
I do not know that number.
I asked Christie about that. She said it's almost even. Even Saginaw, like she was, is it 550, 600?
About right at 600.
Each,
yeah. I think it may be a little
non-resident
over.
and resident, so 600 each.
So shouldn't that pay for a new employee so that she could have an employee?
If all the,
We need to keep in mind if we raise the, yeah, but we, just like with the aquatic center, right? If we raise the idea of raising it that high is to discourage that, so we can't count on that number if we raise it.
But after the first year, if we find that attendance is up, then yeah.
yeah, let's see where we are. All right, so we're good. 20 for residents, 120 for non-residents. Everybody good with that? All right. Good.
So there's a thing on here, $0 for hiring somebody from Hollenstein. Is that like a volunteer position or something?
Yeah, so I think, yeah, Christie was talking to have like one of the culinary students participate, which I like. I'm all about student programs, internship programs, and I think we're still working through that. So I think hopefully we can implement that.
Said we have to sign into a contract with them.
A contract, okay.
And it's not a $0, it just has unknown amounts she doesn't know.
Okay. And then Item 4, I believe, was on last year, asking for a larger vehicle, and the reason being, I think, last year was because of going shopping at Sam's Club and all that. We're at, the building's at a size and a capacity now. Why are we not using a vendor like Cisco or US Foods, where she's calling and ordering stuff and having it delivered?
Sam's will deliver free. Sam's will, I get mine delivered free, and I don't spend near that much, but I mean,
It just seems like, why, we're short-staffed. Why should we be sending somebody to the store to go shopping when you can have the stuff delivered?
Let me talk to her, and I think we can probably get that done.
Well, the next thing is on it, it's, again, it's, both of these bottom ones I scratch and make, 'cause they both got $0. So, I mean, I'm assuming we're taking a vehicle from somewhere else that, and moving it. So,
Most of the time, if we have a detective or a PD unit that's coming out,
Yeah.
and it's still got some life to it, then they'll hand it down to another
Okay.
department.
Rather than going to auction, they'll give it to
Okay.
another department to use it.
Okay, so that's what we'd do here. I mean, if we had one available, we would just then, instead of sending it to auction,
We'd use that.
Okay.
but that would save the time if you get Sam's, they'll deliver to her, right, they'll go, they bring it in and everything.
Be more efficient. Work smarter, not harder.
I'm sure Cisco and the other ones do too.
All right, other senior citizen question. Anything else? All good? All right. Debt service fund. Kim?
Nothing here that we didn't already talk about, other than, again, these numbers are preliminary too until we get the bond pricing, and then I'll know the exact debt service. Right now, it's just an estimate.
Okay.
And that'll be the first meeting in August, I believe.
Okay.
They're coming back. We just had our rating agency call last week.
Okay, good. We'll hear from them then. Okay. All right, so nothing else there. Moving to water and wastewater. Enterprise fund. Any questions, comments on enterprise fund?
So that, maybe jumping ahead. So that salary position that's on page 154, that's the person that's gonna be enforcing the grease traps and all that stuff?
Are you talking about the increase in the salary line?
Yes.
Yes, sir. It includes the fog person, the fats, oil, and then it also includes another customer service person at City Hall.
Okay.
So I know on some of the other items, other sections that we've talked about, that there's been some special requests that were funded, but were listed as not funded. Is there anything here that fell into that where it's listed, but it was actually done, or is gonna be done?
I believe all three capital project items are funded. There's a valve exciser trailer, a pickup truck, and a utility truck bed. So all of those requests were funded in the enterprise fund. Yes, sir.
Does somebody explain to me what the valve exerciser trailer is?
So the valve exerciser trailer is something that we use to go out when we do our valve program. You exercise, open the valve. You try to do it by hand. Some of these big valves, these 16-inch valves, they'll kill you trying to turn them, exercise them. So this thing counts the turns down, back up, so we know what size the valve really is. Plus, it helps, when you get out on them, you got a valve that shuts down rather than you need it to close it off and it doesn't shut down. So we've had that.
It's also probably a safer way to do it, so we're
It's
with
a
water
much,
hammer.
much safer way, yes.
Along those lines, we've had 2 or 3 instances of lines getting cut, water lines getting cut recently. These, I guess, incompetent contractors out there digging non-city folks. Anything we can do to mitigate that? What can we do?
So we are working right now, after this last one, talked to Brent, and we're working on putting together a right-of-way ordinance. It's got some teeth to it. I even laying on my desk right now, I have a letter, all I need to do is sign it if these folks, one more time out there on Bailey Boswell, they'll be, I can remove them from the city from working in the right. But I think if we have an ordinance there that we can, it'd be easier to enforce it, so that's what we're working on.
This seems to be a damn trend. It's happened too many times to be.
This last one was really the one that really just put me over the top, is we had, the main was exposed, about 3 or 4 foot of the main, and it was 6.5 foot deep, and they're supposed to be boring at 4, and next thing you know, they're boring through my main, so.
Really?
It was just and they couldn't tell me why, so, yeah, we've got some guys out there that just not paying attention, maybe not as skilled as some of the other guys that are out there doing that kind of work. So, matter of fact, they removed that crew from the job.
Really? Appreciate it. All right, anything else? Enterprise fund questions? All right, moving to capital project fund.
So nothing additional, but our last meeting, we went over the CIP. That's essentially covered. Councilmember Lawson again, very short meeting. Thank you for that. But no, our street pavement assessment was updated. The long story short is we've increased the overall score, which is good. That's because of the substantial amount of investment on our main arterials. The discussion was some of the neighborhood streets are starting to decline, so we're in a situation where the county has a backlog for the overlay program. We may consider contracting that out in the future, not just wait on the county when they can get to us. But in addition to all the other projects we talked about Tuesday, there's no change.
So why does the county have a backlog? Is it just everybody else has street problems too? Is that?
Well, they have their projects they need to get done, and you got other customer cities around that have requesting for streets as well. Plus, the machine went down earlier this year, which caused a delay as well as some of these projects. I'm having lunch with Doug this next week to discuss projects, so see if they can get us in the queue.
Okay.
What is the project that's been going on at Bailey Boswell, or Old Decatur and McElroy that the road was shut down for? Is that a TxDOT mill and overlay, or what exactly are they doing?
At Old Decatur and 156, or McElroy 156, that's
yeah.
TxDOT, mill and overlay at the intersection.
I just want to make one more comment about capital projects. These numbers might look a little bit different because the next go round, it's because our current year estimates we're still working on, so whatever we don't think will get finished in this current year will roll forward to next year. So these numbers might change a little bit. It's not adding anything, it's just re-estimating how much we think will get done by September 30th.
All right, back to overlay. Randy, if I need to call the commissioner, let me know. If that would do any good, I can set up a meeting with him or call him or something. We need to poke him a little bit, just to see. All right, anything else under capital projects? Questions, comments? All right, let's go to CCPD.
I've got a couple things on that. One, the patrol rifle purchase. Especially with what happened at the Allen Outlet, I think this is real important that each of our patrol officers have access to a rifle. And then also the breaching kits, Texas House Bill 33 requires this. So if we're gonna comply, I think we need to go ahead and do that for item number 5.
Aren't these all covered by CCPD already?
All of this is under CCPD, yes.
That's what I thought, yeah. So we're funding all these.
But it wasn't funded.
So and I'll give a little more explanation on the patrol rifle. So right now, every officer pretty much has a patrol rifle, just not city issued. It's the whole aspect of seeking the city issued weapons is I can require maintenance on those weapons where personal firearm, I can suggest maintenance, but I can't make you do it. And I can inspect it if you're qualifying with it, but I can't inspect it any other time. If it's a city-owned weapon, I can take possession of it at any time, inspect it, make sure everything's good to go, that it hadn't been abused, the things of that nature. So we've been requesting the rifle purchases for several years, but it's normally pretty low on our priority list whenever we start talking with finance. I carry my own rifle. Good number of the guys in the PD carry their own rifle. We take pride in our own equipment that's probably taken care of better than what some of the city equipment's taken care of in the same aspect from other officers. It's not a big issue because we do have the rifles on the street. All of our, I think we have one officer that's not certified for rifle use, which will be done this year, but everybody else is certified for rifle and have access to a rifle.
And then the breaching kits?
The breaching kits, we have breaching kits in the two supervisor vehicles, so the sergeant and the corporal both have breaching kits. The whole reason we're asking for this here is just that House Bill 33. It requires that officers have access to that. Well, they have access to it through the supervisor vehicle, so we're in compliance. But what I don't want is us to have an active shooter event where an officer needs to make entry and they have to wait on the supervisor to get there. So this puts that equipment immediately available to them in their vehicle, so should they get that call, there's no delay in making that response.
Do we have capacity in the CCPD fund for that? I mean, the breaching tools, it's $5,400.
Yeah, it's just a matter of the priority going down the list, but if the consensus is to add that to CCPD, that's not that huge of an amount that it would make that big of a difference.
I mean, on that, I mean, since it is the CCPD budget and thing, and it's a priority thing, I would lean to Ragsdale to tell me what the priority is.
So to be honest with you, I'm really hoping that I can fund this year with funds. And so that's kind of what I'm waiting to see how our funds are gonna play out, but there's a chance I can fund this year. So again, that's why we moved it further down the list as far as ongoing, or not ongoing, but next year's expenses.
Remind me, how many officers does CCPD fund?
There's
11?
12 officers, but a total of 14 employees.
Okay. And do we have to reauthorize CCPD every few years? When's the last time?
2017 was the last time. It's due this coming year.
27, every 10 years?
Yes.
Okay.
And the street maintenance gets renewed every 4 years, and this just happens to be the same exact year. So both of them will get renewed.
They'll be on the
beyond
ballot, 27?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And that has to be approved by voters?
Yes.
Has one of those ever failed? I don't recall.
CCPD has never failed since it's been
what I
applied here, so.
Street maintenance hadn't failed either, has it?
Not here, but I can't say.
No, I'm just thinking here. I don't recall it ever failing, but I would hope those would be positive, but you never know.
I mean, it's not costing the taxpayers any more money, it's just an allocation of
Sales
sales tax
tax,
that
yeah.
they're already paying.
Yeah, that's a good thing, all right. All right, any other questions on CCPD? All right, moving on to police trust, expendable trust. Anything here we need to worry about?
We trust no one.
Not a lot there. Any questions there, folks?
And we talked about it earlier.
Yeah. All right, let's go to drainage fund. Anything drainage we want to highlight? Randy, Jared, any drainage stuff we need to highlight?
No?
I just, a comment on the mulching head. I know we've been cutting the cattails in the park and seem to get a lot of complaints because we're cutting them and then they're just getting washed down and piled up and everything else. I mean,
So what we have to do, because it's so marshy down in that area, when they cut them and mow them, then they have to go down with that grappling and pick those things up as they wash down there to the cross. You either cut them, people love you, or you leave them, people hate you. So, I don't know.
So
It
this-
is a drainage basin. Those things impede the water flow, and they also harbor snakes and wildlife varmints and stuff. And
I was curious with, I know that we've talked about, and it was on briefly on Trenton's presentation at the last council meeting about the pond and the fishing pond in Willow Creek. And I know there's other creeks around this area where they've gone and taken a small creek and widened it, you know, gone in and actually like trenched it basically and made it wider. Would that make it easier to maintain if we did something like that in Willow Creek?
It would, but, I mean, the cost that you have to jump through hoops and all kinds of things to get it done.
Is that because it's in a floodplain or
Because
just?
it's in a flood.
Okay.
So you gotta do a downstream water study, I mean, you have to get permits from the
Red tape.
state, I mean, it's a hassle. So for the pond, the way they've got it proposed is for us to build it offline, but also utilize some of the stormwater and stuff coming from Park West will feed that pond. So it's either,
So on our creeks, ditches where you work on with all the cattails coming through, do we ever go through there and literally take it like because I've seen them do it in bar ditches, clean those out?
so we've been discussing that. What's the potential? I need to get with Misty, who's the best drainage guru that you've ever been around, and see just how far can we go for cleaning that thing out and getting those cattails out of there and, you know, getting the water in there and out of there. That's the thing. It widens out, starts flooding because, you know, the water doesn't ever have a chance to get out of there. So I'm gonna talk with Misty and see what we can do. We, at one time, the operators union out there, right there off of Marine Creek. I don't know if y'all know where, you always see the big crane stuck up and everything. We had them come out and do some cleaning for us one time a few years back, and they did a really good job. And that might be something, a potential, if Misty says we can do that, to get them to come out and help us clean that creek out with their operators and their equipment.
And dig the pond.
Just leave it there on a long weekend, see what some rednecks do.
Hold my beer, watch this.
All right, other drainage questions? Anything else? All right, let's move to street maintenance. What, 1/8 the cents, it's gonna be reauthorized next year.
The only thing I had was tagged on that was what Gabe already mentioned was I really want to see us, a plan put in front of us of having a fund for that, kind of what.
Yeah, street maintenance fee. In fact, I think our next meeting, Jared got the presentation from Fort Worth or a summary version. We can go over that. If the council wanted to move forward, the next step would be to hire a engineering firm to do a cost study to come up with the calculations. And then we would, you know, set an implementation date, let people know about it.
So what would that cost us?
Oh, gosh, I don't know, maybe 50,000, that's a ballpark.
Is that calculated into our budget?
No, no, we haven't included it, we can in the future. But, yeah, we were kind of waiting to see what Fort Worth was gonna do because, you know, like we mentioned, that makes it easier.
So we think we could do enough fees to hire couple new folks, a couple new heads, and
Yeah, so Fort Worth's residential fee, I think, is $3 a household per month.
is it a flat fee per house?
It's flat, and then the commercial and industrial it varies based on vehicular trips and the impact of the roadway system. So, you know, I couldn't tell you, you know, ballpark, we have, 8,000 residential counts, 7,500. So, you know, you do the math on the residential side.
But if Fort Worth already did all this, why do we have to go reinvent? Well, just go look at their numbers and then calculate our city according to their numbers.
Sure, but you have to have the study because it has to withstand a challenge. So if, you know, especially one of, say, Trinity, industries, one of the big industrial users, they say, what's your fee basis? We can say, okay, we had a study verified. It's not difficult, and it'd sure be a lesser scope for our city than Fort Worth, of course, but.
Yeah.
And then you would have, you know, like some other sort of, I don't know how they'd handle it, but like on Jarvis, we've got the truck parking. That generates a lot of traffic, and we get very minimal taxable value. It's a parking lot. So it'd be nice to sort of assess that, recover something.
Yeah, agree.
But yeah, if we want to move forward, we can get a study. I don't think Kimley Horn would do it, but, you know, another engineering firm.
So 50,000, so that means we gotta add it into this year. If we want it done, unless we wait till 2028, then we have to get.
Yeah,
we
we would have
figure
to
out
add
where to
it. We
get
just draw it.
$50,000.
So if that's the interest, we can, you know, get a proposal from somebody and, yeah.
Yeah. Here's my thing, we can't, I mean, we gotta have, right now, we have no mechanism to keep the streets up to snuff.
Yeah, so I think other cities are gonna, if they haven't already, they're going to adopt maintenance fees, because as you all are aware, the tax rate with the caps, you cannot, the cost of just keeping things the same, you're eating alive. So
Yeah.
I think no one likes to pay more fees, but streets, people recognize that as being very practical.
Yeah.
And I think we could do a good job of being very clear about, if we had the street maintenance fee, okay, these projects, here's where your money's going. Because that's what people want to see.
So like the drainage fee that we have now, I think that was like, could be around 2003, 2004, we adopted that. I don't ever hear anybody complaining about that, and I think it's $6 a residence. if I remember
$6 a
right.
month, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we're able to do a whole lot with that, and I think same thing would be with streets.
I'm definitely pro this, and I'm definitely looking at, I'm one of you guys, if something needs to be done, I'd rather do it now than later, unless there's a good excuse not to. I don't know what my other council members feel, but that's the way I feel. I want to get it done now so we can solve the problem.
Sure.
Before the streets get real bad, and it's gonna cost even more money to do.
Let's get the estimate on what it would
Yeah.
cost. Let's get
Yeah.
some numbers we can look at here in the future. near
Yeah,
future.
we'll get that, and then we'll know the actual calculation, the costs, and go from there.
Good, even if we have to figure out some way, put it this way, when I vote on this, I want to see something allocated, some funds allocated to move that ball forward.
All right, anything else on street maintenance? Moving to donation fund.
So, on page 190, it says donations revenue. I don't know if this just wasn't updated, but it says the beautification parks library is all $1. I thought we had increased those.
That's just a typo. We'll
Okay.
correct it.
And our donations have stayed pretty constant. We haven't seen a reduction in those, right?
No, I just checked it with our June billing, and whatever we're losing is more than made up with our new accounts that we've opened up. So we really haven't seen a huge decrease. We have seen a little bit of movement, I guess, getting the word out that it's voluntary and that they have the option to do it or reallocate it. We've had, I don't want to say a lot, but at least 20, 25 who have wanted to reallocate it, and everybody that reallocates it to animal services.
Okay, all right.
So we had people who said, they didn't drop, they just changed where they wanted their.
Some of them,
funds.
but we did have people that dropped, but what I'm saying is the drop wasn't as many as the new customers that have come in.
Okay. Yeah, the last I had heard when I asked, because I can say that there was an inserted effort this year, certain people, to let everybody know that they should drop it. So the last time I checked, it was like 10 people had dropped it. So I think that's pretty good, taking into consideration that there was a significant effort to kill it.
I want to say, and I don't hold me to it, but I want to say it may be 50 are just decided to decline altogether. Yeah.
Not bad.
No.
Not bad when you, like
You
I
got
say.
7,000 people and,
Yeah, I think that's pretty good when you have a concerted effort of somebody who's got an axe to grind, and that's all you end up losing, so it's good.
Hey, and we want to be transparent. We want
Yep.
people to know where their money's going. Yes, I know people don't pay attention to it.
Yeah.
At least
And we
know to
have
look at it.
beefed up the application. On the application, it's more, I guess, apparent. We've always said it if they come in person to
Right.
open up an account, and it's on the bottom of the bill every month now. So it's, we've made efforts to make sure that everybody is more aware.
Right, we're not trying to hide this from anybody, so.
and I
Want
think
people to know.
the transparencies of the boards and committees now, having the stuff video is helping as
Yeah.
well.
Okay, good. Great.
Are we 100% at that yet, Gabe? Of all of our boards and committees being put online?
I think we're pretty close to it, yeah. Library. Yeah.
I know at your last meeting, I think I was at your last meeting, Pedro came in and did an analysis. Yeah.
All right, moving, general escrow fund.
Man, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty, aren't we?
Anything we need to worry about here, Kim?
No, sir, this is just kind of the revenue sources that we have to keep track of separately for one purpose or another. I guess the only big change here was the state legislature now allows us to, for every citation that's issued, $3 was for court security and 4 was for court technology. We now can combine that, so that's why at the very bottom of page 202, you see court security / court technology, so we can combine it. We have to keep court security that we collected before that date separate, so you'll still see court security until we expend all of those funds, but going forward, it's combined.
The
So-
court security is a bailiff, essentially.
Correct, that's all we really spend it on here in our city. When we built this building, I think we did the bullet-resistant glass out of the court security in the lobby.
Nice.
But there's not a whole lot else that we could spend it on.
And isn't a bailiff just one of our police officers standing here? Is that how we do it?
Yeah, they get overtime.
Right.
Could we hire a jailer and make him the bailer?
I don't think that's,
Thinking outside the box here.
Is our hotel motel tax, I didn't ask that earlier, has it gone down, or is it about the same?
it's stayed pretty steady. It fluctuates season to season, but it's actually stayed pretty strong.
Okay. Are there any other questions on escrow? All right, let's go to enterprise escrow.
There's nothing really going on in this fund either. This was where we collected impact fees, which we stopped doing many years ago. There's still 2 projects out there that are eligible. One of them is currently going on, which is the 12-inch water line on West McElroy.
West McElroy.
Right, and then, I'm sorry.
West McElroy over Decatur.
Yeah, it's gonna complete the loop, and then it's the meter station upgrade, which is not needed now, so when the time comes in a year or 2, or however many years that it needs to get done, then we'll use the rest of the water impact fees for that.
All right, any questions on water, wastewater escrow, folks? Let's go to Belt Mill PID. Gabe, you want to refresh our memory on the Belt Mill PID?
Yeah, so Public Improvement District was created. There's a special assessment within Belt Mill. That money was used for all the public infrastructure. No impact to taxpayers. The PID will be in existence until that's all that debt's defeased, but it's not city debt, so it's just sort of maintenance activity.
So going forward, what will we use that money for?
We can't. It's already been used. The PID assessments the developer used to put in the infrastructure improvements, the streets and.
Okay, so there's nothing else we need to do?
No.
Okay. All right, any questions?
We just
there?
pay the annual reimbursement to the developer, and that's pretty much all that's going on in this fund.
Yeah, and there's an admin. We have a PID administrator that does the admin, the required.
Any questions on this, folks?
So in 24-25, the reimbursement was $413,615. And then in 25-26, it went up. And I noticed our proposed budget is back down to the 24-25. Was there something that happened in 25-26 that created the reimbursement to increase by 58,000?
There's just a plan that we follow that was created by the consultants, and so that's basically all we're following. If you see in 23-24, it was 944, and that was just
Yeah.
the first year, and so we end up paying 2 years' worth because there was a delay in the developer requesting the reimbursement. But no, I can't tell you. We're just following the plan that was approved.
Okay.
back when.
All right, anything else? Well, let's go to TERS.
So the TERS continues to accrue assessed value. The benefit of the TERS, I've mentioned this to you, and you can mention to others you see out and about, it's like a savings account. So the benefit of having the TERS is we have our fellow taxing entities, Tarrant County College, they are contributing 50% of the property tax within the boundaries of the TERS to be used within the TERS. So what that'll amount for us is money that we can use to rebuild East McElroy. So we're dedicating probably, it's about a half cent, if we were to equate it, or?
Not quite, but as we issue the debt for the construction, it will increase.
Yeah, so we're buying down the tax rate impact to residents using TERS funds. So, and that'll continue as value in the TERS grows. Some of our higher, newer value projects are located within the TERS, like the Falcon warehouse project. The undeveloped land just to the south of Saginaw High School is within the boundaries of the TERS. We don't know when it's going to develop. Don't know if it'll be in my lifetime at the current rate, but the square is within the boundaries of the TERS. So we're getting a lot of new value, and again, that's being used for infrastructure.
Did
that's
we
on
extend, one time we talked about extending the TERS over to also cover the old Bell helicopter place? Did that ever happen?
No, because we asked the property owners, the Victory Group, if they would like that, and they said no. We can. That doesn't require the property owner's approval. I think it would make sense and be a perfect use of TERS funds in the future because that requires remediation. But yeah, we could add that property. It's a simple action by the city council to adjust the boundaries plus ask the county to do that.
Is there any reason we'd want to do it now versus wait later, or does it matter?
It doesn't matter. I mean, we could, and like I say, whenever that develops, there's substantial cost to dig out that concrete that's there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we could definitely do it. I don't even know, the last on the, related to the Victory project is there was somebody interested in doing some warehouse type facilities, but I don't know that that's active. And
They're still discussing that with us. It would require rezoning on that multifamily tract. If y'all so desire to get rid of it. So I think it'd be really a good project, so.
So is that what they currently now is putting warehouses in there?
What they're wanting to do, yes, sir.
It's better than multifamily.
Mm-hmm. As long as it's not a data center.
So, Gabe,
The data center.
the TERS is a time-limited
Correct.
mechanism.
Yep.
And it was originally for 30 years, is that correct? Or 20?
30, that's right.
30 years. And will you remind us when that started? So how or when does it expire? How far into it are we?
The TERS, I think we're 5 years into it, just before it was on council.
So about 4 years in, when the TERS reaches its end life, what would happen is 100% of the value would come to the city in the general fund. So it's, again, a long-term savings plan. So the intent of the TERS is to offer that increment, that use, to increase value for everybody in the future, so.
Any other TERS questions, folks? Questions, comments, TERS? All right, let's go to special request. We've already talked through a lot of these.
Yeah, I think we went through every one of them.
We have.
Yeah.
Anything else we need to touch base on special request? Anything anybody forgot?
The only thing is, Gabe, I know you and, I can't remember what, I didn't write it down here. You'd talked about doing something different with the overlay district. What did we decide to do there?
Yeah, I think that's just a workshop item with the council. Probably in September, maybe, or maybe our second August meeting. We could have Abra out, or, yeah.
So are we talking about, obviously, we would have more discussion then, but like eliminating that and going to like a special use permit type thing for the whole area? Is that?
Yeah, there's definitely different ways to do it. We can keep the existing overlay, which has some uses that are prohibited outright, some that require SUPs. You could rezone a defined area and again, define the uses you want to see there. Get rid of it entirely and just, it'd be like the Wild West, whatever comes in, that's straight zone comes. And so, but it's been enough time where I think only 3 members of the council maybe are here, so we need to refresh that. And then there are prohibited uses that in a couple years would be amortized. They couldn't operate, which triggers, they would have to leave, so no longer do business, which would be our payday lenders. I think those were really the only ones, so.
That's the main one we were talking about before.
Right. Yeah, so that'll be a future discussion.
Mary's council.
And one important aspect of the overlay district that I like is the fact that if something happened that they were going to do more than 50% remodeling, or if they had a fire or something, they would have to then follow these very strict rules of the overlay district. So I wouldn't want to get rid of that. I mean, there's a lot of things in the overlay district that I think have led to some pretty good improvements.
Yeah.
And I would hate to see them, if we could put something in place that was still, the point is to try to improve the look and the aesthetics and the type of uses that go there. I think that's what our goal was, and I think that's what we want to keep in place, however we plan to do that.
Agree. Yeah, and there may also be considerations to look at like Blue Mound, to put either change zoning there or put specific protections, because there's still a few undeveloped parcels, or there may be uses that are not desirable, that sort of thing. But yeah, we'll talk about that later.
I want us to be cautious too about putting something so restrictive, but allowing the special use permits to come in, since, correct me if I'm wrong, but if the special use permit gets allocated, it doesn't matter if you rezone later, the special use permits are allowed to operate in perpetuity.
Right. Yeah, you
So,
just be a non-conforming.
I want us to be cognizant of that and remember that, so that when we put something in place, we don't have to issue a lot of special use permits that then have unintended consequences later on down the road, for when we reach a point where we're ready to change some things.
Okay. All right, so I'm looking at page 2, which is our budget calendar. I want to briefly go over that before we get out of here. We're at Saturday, July 11th, budget retreat, that's us here. We'll have a budget workshop on the 21st. Really, I guess these budget workshops that we have remaining, we've already gone over all that. This will be just, would it be an update on new numbers? What are you thinking, Kim?
Right, the next one, enterprise fund, enterprise escrow donations, donations escrow. I mean, we don't need to do that if you don't want to. We've kind of talked about those funds today. But
At the 21st, we won't have the final TAD numbers then yet, will we?
no, sir, we won't. So we get our certified values on the 24th, and then we have a special meeting that next Tuesday on the 28th. And by then, we'll have the tax rate calculation calculated, and at that meeting, that's the one where you'll vote on just the proposed tax rate that gets advertised in the newspaper and the website and everywhere else. And then from there, we'll have a public hearing on the proposed budget at your regular council meeting, the 1st of August, a special meeting for the public hearing on the tax rate on August 11th, and then approval would be the second budget hearing and the first tax rate hearing, and then approve the budget and the tax rate on August 11th.
Okay.
That's the timing
Yeah,
of
so the
it.
28th is where you can present all the final TAD values and any changes to the
Yes, sir.
budget based on those values. Okay,
Uh-huh.
excellent.
We don't take a vote or anything on the 28th, though, do we?
You do. It's,
We do?
it's required to have the governing body vote on the proposal. And it's advertised in the paper, what the vote is. But you're not locking into it. You're just, at that point, we couldn't go over what you proposed without having to re-advertise and start over, but you can certainly reduce it. It's not, it's just, again, the vote on the proposed budget and tax rate, not a final vote to approve the tax rate, which would happen August 11th.
Okay, great. Any other questions on schedule, folks? I just want to make sure we reiterate this before we get out of here. So. All right, I appreciate everybody's time on a Saturday. Thank you so much. So at 1:05, we're dismissed. Thank y'all.